Good morning, good day, and good evening. How you doing, people? We are back. It's been what, like pretty much a full week. I'm now back home from Ireland. Hope you guys didn't miss me too much. The trip was good though. The trip was good. Some photos here I posted on my Discord from the trip. Found a little neat Portuguese cafe, and that was kind of cool. Yeah, Ireland was quite nice, to be honest. Weather was actually quite decent as well. Temple Bar, I think this is like one of the most famous bars in Ireland. That was a little bit cool. Yeah, it was a pretty fun trip. How are you guys doing? Hope you're all doing good. Hope you're having a nice Monday. I also started reading this book that Atrium recommended to me. What is it? Learning Programming Patterns. I needed to have something to do on the flights and all the travels and stuff. So I actually started reading this book. So far, I must say it is pretty damn good, actually. I'm quite enjoying it. So I definitely think I'm gonna finish that one. There are some funny moments though, holy shit. Also, if anyone wants to check it out, this book is completely free to read on the web, so there you have a link. There are some funny stuff, like, where is it? Was it here somewhere? Yeah. All of a sudden when you just see shit like this, you could make it into a singleton as well. But friends don't let friends create singletons. This felt like a personal attack to me, not gonna lie. Because if anyone is out of the loop, so far I have a pretty decent reputation of using quite a lot of singletons in my game, which is one of the things that we're trying to fix and like refactor at the moment. But yeah, I hope you all been good. Like I said, the island trip was really nice. Bit of Irish whiskey, good food. Ate this banning South Indian food, not gonna lie. Did I post a photo here on it? No, I didn't. I think no. I posted it on Rutgers Discord, I think. Also, if we self-plugin, we might as well go the whole 9 yards. If you want to join the Discord, you have a link here. Let me have a look here. Yeah, look at this shit. Look at this shit. I think this is called dosa. It's like a South Indian breakfast. It was really nice. It was really nice, actually. And ras malai, some dessert, spongy, sweet dessert thing. Also really good. And I must say, I was quite surprised at the amount of Brazilians. Apparently there's a kind of huge population from Brazil in Ireland. Like almost every day when we were like out and walking, you would hear like at least a few Portuguese people speaking every now and then. So that was kind of cool, got to speak a little bit of Portuguese there. Also, another thing, I don't think I really made any type of announcement whatsoever about this, but I did go ahead and get this Blue Sky app thing, platform, social media. Yeah, I feel like a boomer now. So if anyone is using this, you know, you should have a look, throw a little follow my way. So from what I understand, this basically seems to be a new type of Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it. But I did notice that quite a lot of game developers were on here, so I was like, yeah, I guess I should jump on it as well. To be fair, I have not really used Twitter in probably almost a decade or something, but you know, I thought might as well give it a go now. What's up, Unity Coder? How you doing? Thanks for the... Yeah, no, for sure, for sure. Look at this shit, people. So this is Unity Coder, who made a... What do you call this? Do you call this a shader? No. I'm too shy at this stuff. Test a 3D models plus post-processing outline. It looks really cool. I suppose this is kinda post-processing shader. Use ready one. Oh, I see, I see. Is the music copyright free? Looks like it. Is not? If anyone else, random playlist, probably not. Okay, thanks for letting me know. If anyone wants to check out this video by Unity Coder, you have a link here. Yeah, I'm not gonna watch it all because it's almost an hour long, but I want to see a little bit. Like, to be fair though, I've basically never worked with 3D, so I'm probably not gonna understand all of what you're doing here. I wanted to try making room in Pro Builder, but then just grab some room asset to test. Ah, I see. What's up, Atrium? Welcome in, how you doing? If you like outline for normal 3D games, I recommend adding a feather effect based on distance, so it doesn't become too much clutter on faraway objects. Oh, that sounds pretty clever. What's up, Camarao? Welcome in, how you doing, man? Let me throw a little shout out here to the one and only Camarao Lendario, another game developer here on Twitch. Recently posted a really good video from the making of his first game. So if you guys haven't checked this video out yet, definitely go and do so. It's good stuff, good stuff. And those are quite high poly random objects. I feel like the good thing about this is, because I did skim through this a little bit before, and it seems like, yeah, basically you can just put in random like assets, and since you have a shader, this will like automatically make it so that you have like a you know, consistent art style. So I suppose that's a really good way of like getting a good pipeline for making the art look cohesive. I remember looking at that video from I think his name is That Guy Glenn, that does a bunch of like video game essays or whatever you want to call it. And he made a video on Inscription, and I think they did something similar where he used a lot of like, I think he used some kind of pixelation shader as well as like a filter for the actual what do you call it, the color palette, to basically make whatever art he would throw into the game have a cohesive art style, which I thought that's really clever. Fortunately for me, my art style is so simple that it's quite easy for me to just make the art. But if you're working in 3D and you don't want to, like, you know, boot up Blender for every single object, this seems like a great fucking way of making it easy to get that cohesive art style. Finish up the first devlog for the next game. Oh, nice, man. Good on ya. That guy Glenn, he from Göteborg. Oh, I've never even thought about that. You're fucking true. He has to be. Wait. We can have a look at that, can't we? Is it that guy Glenn? It's something like that. Oh, I can't spell for shit. Can you not see? No, it doesn't say. I think sometimes it says like the country. I mean, alla heter Glenn i Göteborg, yeah, exactly. I mean, it seems like that would be a fair assumption, no? Twitter, Glenn Kallert. Not necessarily, if this is his surname, not necessarily super Swedish, but that doesn't mean he isn't, to be fair. How you doing, Atrium? Nice to see you, man. I started reading, I don't know if you were here when I said it, I started reading the game programming patterns. Fucking really good stuff. I'm really enjoying it so far. I have been like, you know, reading it on like the trains and the flights and stuff during my trip, and yeah, it's really fucking good shit. It's really good shit. I did share it, right? Yeah, I posted a link. Yeah, it's really good, and it actually made me think quite a lot, like, and actually, yeah, I don't know, like, because I suppose it in some regard shows you a lot of kind of like how to think about making good code, which I quite like. I also had a question. Would you say that the way we implemented events in my game, is that sort of like a command pattern? Is that sort of fair to say? Because this was also something where you like sort of make new classes to blah blah blah. I'm not sure. But I think it might be somewhat related to what you would call a command pattern, at least. But yeah, so far I can definitely recommend this book as well. Yeah, the Observer, that's... I mean, I suppose this is more it, because this is basically events, right? Which is, yeah, the Observer pattern is what C# implemented as the event keyword. So I suppose this is more it, to be fair. Not really. Command pattern usually have a queue of stuff that should be executed. Oh, I see. Observe is more accurate to the events. Okay, yeah. Yeah, C# baked it right into the language, the event keyword. I also thought it was so funny. I know I posted this on my Discord, but this is actually pretty funny. So the Singleton chapter literally starts off with, "This chapter is an anomaly. Every other chapter in this book shows you how to use a design pattern. This chapter shows you how not to use one." And once again I was just like, oh damn, is he talking about me? Are you talking about me here? Funny. Yeah, so far they're really good. I'm definitely gonna finish this book. And it's not only the fact that, you know, obviously it's a, you know, it seems to be quite a quality book, but it's also the fact that, what should you say? The fact that he provides it for free. Like, the web version of the book is at absolutely zero cost, which is pretty fucking, you know, it's pretty damn dope. Singletons does get overused and modified, so it doesn't actually follow the pattern. Yeah, I think that seems to be the case, because from what I understand, you know, like, I don't even, if you want to be technical about it, I don't even want a singleton. The reason I use singletons is only because I want ease of access. And because I'm, you know, I've been too dumb to figure out a better way of getting that ease of access. Whereas, like, you know, since a singleton is, you know, basically gives you two things, one instance and a global point of access to it. And I assume that the only time you should really use a singleton is when you're actually looking for only having one instance and having a, you know, a global point of access to it. Whereas I only use it for this, which I feel like as soon as you use a singleton for only one of these reasons, you're not really using it correctly in the first place, you know. And I don't know, I read something as well, someone who said something like, if you're looking for global access, you're probably having a design problem. And I was like, yeah, you know what, that kind of maybe made sense. Like, maybe if we're looking for a way to have this type of easy access to something, maybe there might be a better way of doing it. I use static a lot. Oh yeah, that's true. I suppose that is also global access. Yeah, that's fair. And what's up, Code Red Games? Thank you, thank you. How you doing, man? Let me throw another big shout out here for the one and only Code Red Games. How are you doing, man? Are you excited? Your demo releases in 2 days, right? Yeah. Like the message class we wrote last time, yeah, that's true, that's true. You are absolutely right. So maybe it's not that that global access has to be specifically a bad implementation. Maybe it's more fair to just say that if you're thinking about making something global, like, make sure that you actually, I don't know, thinking through, like, is it worth having this be global in this type of way? Maybe. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, let's be honest, I'm just chatting shit here. I play tested for 4 hours yesterday and fixing a few final bugs. Nice, man. Nice, man. Are you feeling like you're in a good state to release the demo? I see the Game Jams folder. Are you partaking in I Heart Funny Boys Game Jam? No, I'm not. Let's see, where did you see a Game Jam? Oh, you mean this one? You mean this one? This one. No, I do have it here. It's this one, right? Damn, quite a lot of people joined it. That's fun to see. 13 days. Yeah, I do know that I was recommended this jam. I just think for me personally, I don't think I'm gonna do this one. Mainly for the fact that, you know, I just finished a game jam for my other game. So I feel like I'm not sure I want to jump straight into making another game jam now. I think I want to keep working a little bit on Shroud of Gloom, doing more refactoring and basically trying to, you know, grow as a developer, because I feel like I'm in a state where I'm learning quite a lot now, reading this book, getting tips from you guys. So I kind of want to capitalize on that a bit, rather than jumping into another stressful few weeks of game jamming. And then maybe in like January or so, I might do the Pirate Software game jam if I feel inclined to. I sent a demo to a couple big YouTubers, and one with 70k subs might be hooked, I think. Ooh, that's nice. He played at least 3 hours so far. Holy shit, good on ya, man. I'm happy to hear that. The Captain Cody is making game inspired by yours. Yeah, I saw. It was a bit funny. I come home now and I looked on. I still don't have like a Blue Sky app or something on my phone, so I just went in here to check. And the first two things I see is this from Captain Cody, and I do know he said that he was interested in making like a similar game for like his classes, you know. So I was like, yeah, I mean, you can see the inspiration here. And then also this one that. Sorry, not Captain Cody, the Unity Cody did as well, which made it like, this is fucking sick, fam. Also, did I accidentally close that video? I did. I did not mean to do so. Like, this is sick stuff. Shaders seem fun, and you can use shaders in 2D as well, right? I still haven't really... I don't think I've really done anything that, like, incorporates shaders, as far as I'm aware. But it seems like it can be useful. I'm pretty sure Brachis had a tutorial on it, so on like 2D shaders, so I think it's possible to do. What's Blue Sky? Yeah, it's basically a new, I guess, alternative to Twitter/X, I suppose. Blue Sky is left solution to Twitter, yeah. They also apparently have a lot better content creation support. Oh, interesting. To be fair, I have not used like Twitter or what you call it, X in like ages. I think the last time I had it is, like, no joke, probably like a decade ago. But yeah, obviously, like I said, I saw a lot of people in like the game dev space using this and talking quite highly of it, so I was like, I might give it a go. Twitter is so bad, it is. Blue Sky don't hate on posts that make users leave the site. Oh, I see. Which, you know, makes sense, because I would say that these types of, like, you know, 140 character limits. Does this also have that? I actually don't know. 300? Oh, yeah, that's a bit more than at least what. Because I think when I was using Twitter it was like 140 characters. I suppose this kind of incentivizes you to link to other stuff, so it kind of made sense that you shouldn't be penalized for, like, you know, trying to ship your platform to another platform or whatever. I never liked Twitter in the first place, but I also don't like Blue Sky/Threads either. Yeah, I should say I was never a big fan of Twitter either. I also did not really use it in like a logical way. Like, when I first started streaming, like, you know, 9 years ago or something, I only used Twitter as like stream notifications, which is kind of shite as well, I think, when, you know, my entire feed was just like 400 posts of me saying I was live. It's like I didn't actually like use Twitter in that way. And I doubt I had a serious like conversion rate from people from Twitter to my old stream. I don't think it did a lot, to be honest. That's why at some point I just deleted it and I've never gotten it again. But yeah, I don't know. I still wanted to give this a go just for the sake of it. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, Threads, that's like the Instagram version of this, right? I think I've seen it, but I've also been a bit like, nah, not interested. To be fair, the main reason I decided to go for this is, like I said, just because I saw that there was so many game developers that seemed to jump on Blue Sky that I was like, you know, I suppose I'll just follow the stream. If everyone else is going on here, I might do so as well. Dude, 3D is interesting. You have to like navigate your own scene in a different way. You know, you don't really have to think about it in 2D. I mean, it's an extra dimension, that's all it really is, isn't it? Things gonna turn out real bad if Twitter becomes far right and Blue Sky becomes far left, and then both sides gonna be awful to use. Yeah, that's fair point. Fair point. Yeah, I think Blue Sky is probably right now in one of those like honeymoon phases, isn't it? Where it's still new enough where everything seems great, but it's hard to like project into the future and see how it's actually gonna change. Because let's be honest, it's quite common for a lot of things to be really good when it starts out, and then at some point, you know, people start going, how can we make money on this? And then it starts turning into shit. Like, not even just platforms, like, you know, there's a lot of games that do the same sort of thing where there might be, you know, they might do something better or in a more moral way than the older games, and everyone jumps on it all hyped up. But then after a while it's like, you know, they have to make money as well, and as soon as you start like really trying to make money, especially if it's a free product, it's very easy that it slowly starts turning into shite, isn't it? Wow, this looks sick, Unity Coder. Looks like we're in space now. I know you said you were still working on the physics as far as I'm aware. Which is also something I'm scared of. Having to do anything that involves physics. That's why a click and point game is so fucking awesome, because I don't need to worry anything about it. Good shit. Good shit. Dude, it's getting so fucking cold in Sweden as well. I actually cannot be bothered. Boom, here we are. Does look cool, it does indeed. But a fix your log though can't have 2 lines. Make me sad. Wait, for the console? Wait, now I'm intrigued. What are we talking about? Oh, do you mean... When you say 2 lines, do you mean like this? Like the fact that this one becomes 2 lines? Yeah, I think we did change it initially. Got to be on 1 line. Oh! I did not know you could do that. Because I don't have that, right? I think mine become 2 lines. Do they? I'm confused. I don't remember. Three dots? Ah. So you're saying this should be 1 line? Oh. Oh, I see, I see. Yeah, I suppose that's better, because you can see more shit in it. Which is, if you want to actually see all the details, you would click on it anyway. So wait, but maybe I should use 5. Because now it's like, it's very obvious when the next one starts, you know? Listen. Dude, the only annoying thing about coming back to this now after like a week off is that it is a little bit like, what the fuck was I doing? Oh, but that's the good thing now, innit? Because, you know, we are a responsible adult with Shroud of Gloom GitHub thingy. which means I can just check my history. Did some formatting, and we started using events. That's what we were working on. Because we got this event bus working, which I did totally by myself. No help whatsoever. Quiet atrium. I'm joking. Yeah, I had a lot of help making this event bus. I am very anal about logging. I don't care about Git messages, but logs are only useful if they are proper and not clutter the view. Yeah, I mean, I guess that makes sense. I've heard a lot of people say that they don't really care for... When you say Git messages, do you refer to the description? Or even the summary? Do you not really care about that either? Because in the beginning I would like just assume that I should fill out a description, so I would write this like... I think can I not check that? If I check like my... Maybe like this one. Yeah, here. Started implementing interfaces for all the clickable... Like I made a whole last description and everything. And then I started seeing that like no one else actually seemed to do this. I suppose maybe if you are like a team working on stuff, it could make more sense. But now all I do is just give a general title of like what kind of feature or thing I was working on. Because I still feel like here it might be... It could be nice to like if I'm having some issue with my mono singleton, or for some reason when I go back to it, I know exactly when I implemented it. But I suppose it wouldn't take that many clicks to find that anyway, but yeah, I definitely don't write no descriptions anymore. Because I feel like that's, yeah, that was probably a bit over the top. Totally by myself, big up. Cheers, man. If I need to find a change, I use a git log to find the commit that changed a specific file. Oh, I see. Oh yeah, so then, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, then there's no really reason why you would need to look through here. Because if you were having a problem with your mono singleton, you would just go into that script and find which commits affected this one. But I worked on this larger project at a company, and they would just log everything. This made no one ever read the logs. Ah, I see. It was hell to find relevant stuff. Yeah, so it became like overlogging, I suppose, where, you know, it becomes like when the tutorial in the game is one big wall of text, and you just go, yeah, I'm not gonna read this. That kind of thing. So unless it's critical, I remove all logs. Yeah, I think that, especially for someone like me who might be a little bit, you know, impulsive and all over the place as well, I could actually screw myself over a little bit. Because, for example, here where it says like mono singleton, this gives you the impression that all I actually worked on was the mono singleton. But I bet you that I did something else in here. Well, this is regarding to the mono singletons. Okay, maybe this one I was good. What about this one? Okay, maybe that one was good as well. Fuck. Here then, interactables and inventory items. I bet I did something else. Okay, maybe I didn't. Okay. Am I not as all over the place as I think? First implementation of interfaces. You know what? Maybe I shouldn't shit so much on myself. I seem to be pretty... I mean, somewhat consistent here. I like this name. Item interactables and company. And no, okay, so this is one where you can see it. Here I also changed the art, but reading this one would not give you an indication that I actually worked on the art. I don't know if that makes, you know, if that actually matters, but I suppose there could be it's a little bit like comments in code where sometimes it might even give you the wrong impression if you don't do it in a good way. But then, I suppose, if you're smart, you just use the git log thing, which I don't know how to use, but it seems that's a more direct way of just finding which commit you want to have a look at. If I get warnings, I try to, unless it's critical, I remove all logs. If I get warnings, I try to clean up all warnings. Yeah, that's flexing on himself, you know it. Okay, I think what we're gonna need to do is just, because most of this stuff now has to do with the managers. So if we just keep looking over our managers, we should have a few events we can start incorporating. Because here, like in the, you know what, let me close everything and just take one thing at a time here. We have our game manager, which now has a few events here. I don't know how I should do this. Now I'm using a game post event and I have a static bool for the whether the game is paused or not. So that we can basically, in the constructor here, we can take in a bool as a parameter to set whether the game was paused or unpaused. I don't know if we should do it this way or if we should have two events, like actually having a game paused event and a game unpaused event. Not sure. The good thing here is that we are going to be able to remove a lot of these like cached bools I have, because I used to have like a public game paused bool here as well, but now since we have the event, I don't really need that one anymore. I also realized I had done mistypos in a lot of these where I actually subscribed on both enable and disable, so I'm gonna have to be a little bit more cautious about that. But also, something I implemented is I checked out this thing that Unity Coder did. I want to show you guys this. Basically, Unity Coder has this Visual Studio snippet generator, which makes it so that you can make your own snippets. Or, well, I suppose you can always make your own snippets, just that this generates them for you, so it's way easier. I suppose that's it. I spent like a full evening just making these snippets, because I thought it was fun. So now I can like just type this, boom, and I can subscribe to my events. Or if I want to unsubscribe, I can do that as well. So that means we can save like 1.2 seconds. Fucking awesome! But I like it. To be fair, I think it's really dope. And even here, like, rather than... Okay, now it fills it out for me anyway, but the amount of times I just typed out serialize field private. Now I made some serialize field private. Boom. And we can just fill this in. Like, I feel like stuff like this is fucking goated, you know? Whatever you can do to make it a little bit easier, save a little bit of time, I think it's good. And especially now when, for example, we're gonna be working with this event bus, we're gonna do a lot of like subscribing and unsubscribing, so I thought, why not try having a few of these like little snippets to make it a little bit more simple, I suppose. I just manually write everything. I manually write a lot, I would say. I especially did it in the beginning because I wanted to make sure that I was actually memorizing how the syntax works and stuff, which is the main reason why I didn't want to like copy-paste too much. But now sometimes, when it comes to stuff like this, like serialize field private, I don't mind if I can write that a little bit quicker. I think I'm gonna have to look over my logic here at some point as well, because I have some weird stuff going on with like initialize game, start game. I think it might be good dividing those up, because sometimes Yeah, but just technically I don't want to start the game if you're running the intro, since that technically happens before the game starts. But I think that might be... Oh, yeah, I just realized. That should probably be a different event then, shouldn't it? But it's then, if we make a event for initializing the game, we wouldn't need this... this reference to the cutscene manager. Technically. This is what the state pattern is good for, but it's a bunch of initial work. Oh yeah, we talked about that on my Discord, didn't we? I think Mr. Grey talked about... Was it here? Yeah. Using enums. I don't know if that's what you mean by state pattern. Having like enums for the state. Which is then we could have like... yeah, different game states, like whether you're in the menu, it's running, pause, game over, etc. Some use enums. Okay. Company I worked at previously used enums. I hate it. Oh! What did you use instead? What's up, Candonian? Welcome in. How you doing? Nice to see ya. How's things? Things are good. Just got back from a week in Ireland, so first stream back here. Yeah, the trip was nice, so I'm feeling good. Now we're gonna continue working on the game. Ain't finished yet? You mean the game? No. I mean, the game jam version is finished, but now we start working on the full version of the game. In Ireland, yes. Me and my girlfriend went to Ireland for a little late vacation kind of thing. And yeah, it was nice. It was nice. I hate it, but yes, it's fine. Okay. So, but yeah, what would you use if you didn't use enums? I mean, I suppose you could use a lot of stuff. You could even use like... I mean, I guess that doesn't make much of a difference though. Just technically you could use an integer, but that's just dumb. In that case, I assume using an enum would be way better, because you have an actual name for the state. Well, you would have a state manager that is running the state machine. And then you would have a class that inherits so an interface for the state. With onEnter, onUpdate. Float DT, what's that, daylight time? On exit. Oh, okay, so on exit of this state do this, and on enter of this, when you enter this state do this. Oh, delta time, I see. Should have said I would have popped over for lunch. Oh shit! Wait, are you in Ireland as well? Oh, Scotland! Oh yeah, I remember you saying. Yeah, we were in Scotland earlier this year as well, but that was in like... April, I think? Doesn't take long to get there though. No, it's fairly close, like, because I took a flight from London, and even that was like, you know, it is not bad. You implement each state as a class. It just gives you better control and less code mess, I see. I mean, it does make sense. I do see what you mean, it probably takes a bit of initial work, but it seems to be a pretty well-structured way of doing it. Enums you cannot get locked into large switch switch cases. Oh yeah. And you still need to handle on exit and on enter with switch cases, and it's a total mess. Yeah, it seems like the code might end up looking a little bit more messy in it. I think the company I worked for had like the update method, a few hundred lines, and was huge switch case. Holy shit, man. Yeah, just that's the thing I was thinking about when it comes to like game states. Like, I understand that having like a direct reference to a state is good, because it might be a, you know, it can be more simple to like work around when you, if you like, for example, have a state manager or even an enum that just tells you like this is the current state of the game. But even doing it like this, only having classes, I know this is not as like, you know, it's not as intuitive, but technically speaking you would have states. It's just that it's not a direct written state. Because if the game paused event has fired off, you could argue that the state of the game is paused, just that you don't actually have a, you know, you don't have a formal event being called like paused or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. What would I use states for? You would not have a state called paused, because then you would have to leave game state. How so? Why could I not just... Huh. What do you mean I have to leave the game state? Because like now when I pause my game, what do I actually do? I basically just tell the monster to stop moving. And if I had a state that was called pause, could I just not do the same thing when I switch to that state? Now, this is where using your base class for state and then using all the virtuals to control what happens inside them is much better pattern. That way your update is just whatever the current state is. Ah. Oh yeah, because then you would use... Yeah, because I basically don't use any update methods here, whereas my state for like the game being paused just changes a bool in the monster, which makes a certain part of his update function, which basically is his AI, because it's all in the update function. You know, he just strips one part of it. Whereas I suppose what you would do here is that you would have multiple states that like call different update functions to run that state. Well, if you have a paused state, you technically swap states, so that means running gamestate.exit, and this should completely unload the game. Oh, I see. Returning to main menu or resetting the game. Game architecture is hard as fuck. It is. But it's a thing you learn over time. Yeah, I feel like I've definitely gotten better at it, because although you can always make the argument that there could be like a better structure to things, whether it's with my script or how I actually structure the game objects in the scene or whatever it might be. Like obviously if we compare this to my first game, it would be a pretty big difference. But I feel like this is one of those like, it's one of those like never-ending problems where I feel like we're always gonna be able to find different, better, or subjectively better ways of doing stuff. Or objectively, as well, I suppose. You should have sub-state machines of game state, so inside the game state you run a sub-state machine. So whenever you leave the game state you unload the sub-state machine as well. Oh shit. Not saying you should. No, I understand. Oh yeah, you can... interesting. And if you create a base class with onEnter onExit update, for example, then you just have your main loop running your cache current state.update. And then that is one line rather than a huge switch. Yeah, so then we skip out on, like Atrium said, that like 100 or hundreds of lines update function. Or update method, I suppose I should say. Do I need states though? Like, what is the... For me here, what would the big advantage of using states be? Like having actual, like, formal states, that is. I suppose some stuff might be easier when it comes to, like, the monster, perhaps. Just this one is a little bit messy now, let's be honest. But here there's a lot of stuff I could change, where like... Initialize monster. Oh, this is actually called on game started now. Interesting. So that means I don't have a initialize monster. Is that not an issue if I skip or don't skip the cutscene? And yeah, on game pause we just enable and disable the monster to whatever the paused event isn't. Don't think you need them, but it's more of a nice to have with the current setup you have. Yeah, I feel like it makes sense, especially like here for the monster. I feel like it might be a bit more intuitive to just have a state being like, okay, if the pause menu is open, you should do this, and if the game is running, you should do this, etc. But I feel like I can do that just with events as well, which is kind of what we're doing here. In the end, as I am telling my friend, it's more important that you move forward than getting stuck on code design. Very true, very true. You can always try to repair stuff later, but you have to code it and learn for next project. Yeah, no, I do think that's a valuable thing to keep in mind, because I do know, and I've noticed more recently now since we finished the game jam, that it's much easier for me to get stuck on design decisions now. Or not really even design decisions, it's more like code design decisions. Since I no longer have the the deadline of the game jam, I can like justify taking more time to think about how I want to do stuff. But it's also very easy for me to then sit there like 4 hours later and not having done shit, which is kind of what happened when we were going to start implementing events, because I wasn't sure of the like exact way I wanted to implement the events. So I think we spent like 4 hours just discussing about the different ways I could handle events. Before Atrium, the legend, got in here and built me an event system in 5 minutes. So I do think it's something to keep in mind, that it's important to make sure that we are actually making progress and moving the project forward. Gotta run out with the dog. No worries, see you soon, Atrium. At a certain point, you just gotta stop caring about code and try to finish the game at all costs. Yeah, no, I think that's true. I think that's true. It makes sense. Because I feel like it's easy getting stuck in this like mindset of trying to figure out the absolutely best way of doing something, but trying to do it like trying to figure that out is not a easy undertaking. So what's more likely to happen is that you just don't do anything. You know. This is why progress is always good. Also, architecture is mainly an early on decision as much as possible. Or you hire someone who is to control it in some way. Yeah, I suppose that makes sense. You try to structure up like architecture in the beginning of the project, and then you try to stick to it, ultimately maybe messing it up a little bit, but in the end, like CodeRad said, it might be more important to try to push to actually get the game out. Because that's the thing, like in the end, I want to learn a lot, I want to become a better developer and like learn different ways of doing stuff. But I also do want to finish the game, you know. I don't want to sit here like 2 years later still coding on this game. Also for solo devs it's much less important. Yeah, I suppose that's true as well, since I don't have other people working on this project. As long as I kind of understand my architecture, as long as I can like navigate it, it's not as much of a problem if it's a bit chaotic, because like technically speaking, I don't have to explain to someone else, you know, how everything is set up. You learn most by releasing as well. I suppose that's true, fair point. Yeah, so I think for now, I think I'm gonna skip any like massive state machines or whatever, because I feel like I have enough to learn just using events, and I think I can make most of this actually work with events, to be honest. Initialize game. Tells the cutscene manager to run the intro if you don't auto-skip the intro. If you do, we start the game, and when the game is started, we publish the game started event. And the game started event tells us to initialize the monster. So then in the cutscene manager, can I move you here now? Yeah. This one we have not implemented any events to, no. You should apply for when we open our work experience applications again at the studio if you want some larger project experience. Depends if you want to work at a small startup or large ones. I mean, I think for the experience it should definitely be a good thing, to be fair. Yeah, maybe. I just don't know if I'm fucking qualified in it. I still feel heavily like a beginner when it comes to this stuff. Although I feel like I'm learning a lot, I still feel like I've gotten to the point after the, you know, Dunning-Kruger effect where you start learning a little bit and you feel like a fucking god. Now I'm at the point where I'm starting to learn how much I haven't learned yet, if that makes sense. You have made the game, qualifying more than 99% of people already. Oh, maybe. Yeah, I suppose that's true. They do say that most people who go into game dev never actually end up finishing a game. I think that's true for a lot of things though. You know, whatever you might. Most people who try their hand at music probably never finish a song. Like, I think that's a natural thing in a lot of areas or whatever. What happens, what do I do when the cutscene is over? Final part. Start game. which calls the game manager and tells the game manager to start the game. So what I think we could do here is perhaps having a event for the intro being finished, and then that would tell the game managers to start the game instead. Otherwise, this one actually isn't too coupled. Never mind. We're talking to the tooltips manager, game manager. Yeah, there's a bit here. What's up, Mr. Gray? How you doing, man? I am back from vacation. Me too, man. First stream today. Where have you been? What have you been up to, Mr. Gray? This is I do believe there's probably better ways of handling in like cutscenes than this. This is a little bit messy. It's also not very flexible, if I'm being honest. Because this is one hard-coded cutscene. I don't think I'm gonna redo this at this specific moment though. Just wondering, do I want to have an event for initializing the game? I don't think I want to use all of these bulls, these cached bulls. I think using events we should be able to get rid of them. Settings. If we press escape, we pause the game. So here the game manager handles a bit of UI as well. I don't know, I still think I might have to... I don't know if it's a good practice to maybe have more of like a UI manager. Am I going too far on managers here? Maybe. I went to cruise to Mexico. Nice, man. How's your vacation? My vacation was good. Went to Ireland for a week. Had some Irish whiskey and explored Dublin. It was nice. It was nice. Ate some good food. Just generally enjoying myself. It was good. I think you're overthinking what a junior position would expect. Yeah, maybe. That might be fair. Normally it assumes you have at least tried to do something in that field, but for the most part we assume you know nothing since a junior role is all about learning. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, because it's more rather than like a... you know, an actual role or maybe even apprenticeship, it's more like an internship, isn't it? Which with an like intern, the expectations might not really be as high. Yeah, that makes sense. On game over. Oh yeah, interesting. So our game manager now subscribes to the game over event, because how I made this work is that the game over event can actually be called from the monster. Which might not be super like single responsibility, but it kinda works because, well, dying is what gives you the game over. Am I coping? Maybe, maybe. Plain jump scare, publish game over event. Oh, we can decouple some stuff here. So, mouse cursor, we could actually subscribe to the event and make sure this happens on game over instead of calling it directly from here. Because even that, like having my game cursor be a static instance, is that weird? Maybe. So I think what we might do here is let's do a private void on enable. I would like to subscribe to an event called game over event with the method. Let's make a fuck it. Let's make a private void on game over. And that's what I want to subscribe with. Is that how I do it? Yes. Just we can't take in a parameter here. And then we would like a private void on disable. No. Yes. Where we are going to unsubscribe to the game over event with on game over. Holy shit, I can make a snippet that writes this entire thing. Do I want to do that? I kind of want to do it. I don't think I have a snippet for that. I made a lot of snippets. Because snippets are kind of fun. Where do I find this again? Visual Studio, code snippets, C#, my code snippets, here we go. Publish, subscribe, unsubscribe, get component, private IE enumerator, serialize field, sound effects, start coroutine, singleton, singleton don't destroy. We're gonna do quite a bit of events now. Fuck it. Let's make another one. What if I do I don't know. Because then what we could do, theoretically, is just copy all of this, post it here, remove these specific functions. I don't know how much use I'm gonna get from this, but I think this is fun, so I'm gonna do it anyway. And then we're gonna make sure that at first we're gonna put the cursor right about here. We're gonna generate this, and we are going to download it. And now we are going to move this little snippet in here. Snippets are too fun. Positions opening is just each year we run a couple of months where we have people come in for work experience. I do it at the new studio too. Yeah, it seems very common in general, right? Since there's, you know, similarly to a lot of fields, it might be hard for people to get experience, so offering like internships seems to be quite common. Okay, so on game over, what exactly are we doing? We are going, let's see, game man, no, not monster here. Why is the monster calling the cursor? That's weird, so let's remove this one. Because that is on the game over event. So on game over, we are just going to hide the description. But that's not really all. Do we not hide the selected item as well? When do I... Does that happen here? Please don't tell me that's happening here. No. I am 100% sure that somewhere... Where do we have it? We should have a... What? How the fuck do I handle... Dude, I've forgotten how my own game works. Because there is a thing where, you know, when you pick up a item, it gets placed on the cursor. Oh shit, oh my god, I do that through the inventory manager. That's how I do it. I think I started decoupling the inventory manager a bit though, didn't I? Which is here we have a reference to the cursor sprite renderer. Exactly. And government covers up to 3 months of the pay for it. Oh shit. Currently doing contract, working for defense contractor as a Unity developer. Not looking forward to reapplying to positions again. As a Unity dev, you will have plenty of positions to apply to at least. Tons of work out there for it. Interesting. I suppose that might be one of the advantages to using Unity compared to something like Godot as well. That maybe there's more like current like professional positions that are looking for Unity devs. I don't know compared to Unreal though, how it would be. Sometimes I get the impression that Unreal is more common, like Unreal and C++ is more common in like, at least if you're looking at AAA. I'm not sure though, because I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, but it's the impression I've gotten at least. Yeah, so on game over we show inventory false, hide the button and deselect the item, and when we deselect the item it gets removed from the cursor. Ah, fuck. I feel like maybe I should have had a UI manager. I keep going back to this thought about having a UI manager. Because I've also read, at least heard someone say that it might be good to separate the UI implementation of something and the actual implementation of the, you know, the thing that it's doing. Which right now I generally don't do, like the UI of a certain thing is handled at the same place where the rest of that whatever object is being handled. I wouldn't agree necessarily. Okay. Yeah, like I said, like, to be clear, obviously I don't actually know because I have no idea how AAA actually works. It's just it's been my assumption, but there's not a lot of, you know, it's not grounded in a lot, we should say. Okay, we want to decouple more stuff here. What's this? If the game manager .instance.game started. And here we also check if the game isn't over. So I suppose this is where it could have been good to actually have states. Because it would make more sense just looking for one state. So rather than checking this, checking like multiple bools here, if it started and if it also is over, that doesn't really make sense. We could just have like, you know, if the game running state is active, then do this shit. Otherwise, don't. flashlight is on and the game is not over, play the jump scare. It's a little bit messy. A lot of spaghetti here. On game over, we toggle the flashlight. That's weird. So I suppose this is... Oh yeah, we started making events here, right? So this we could... Here we could incorporate our new system and have 2 events, either 1 event or 2. No, I think I might do 2 events here, like flashlight toggled on, flashlight toggled off, maybe. But one thing at a time. What did we do? We found out that we toggle the flashlight on game over, which means that here we should also subscribe to, let's see, subscribe to game over event. So we'll make like a on game over function. And then here we just made sure to also unsubscribe to the same thing. On game started we do this, and then we make a private void on game over. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. I had to say game over event. Game over event. I don't know why I need this parameter, but I know I do. Which is also why I fucked up in the other place, didn't I? Which was where? Mouse cursor. Because here I also forgot to do that same thing. So on game over needs to have on game over. No, needs to have game over event. Game over event. Could I not just call this event? That's fine. No, just that's already a thing, right? So I can't. Fuck it then. Game over event. Now those errors should disappear. There we go. I think for AAA it's probably more common to see C++ positions. Okay? But they will be things like engine engineer and such. Oh, I see. Not as many roles to do with actual gameplay side of things. Also, a lot of AAA have plenty of Unity work nowadays. On top of that, most AA or indie mainly use Unity. Yeah, that seems to be true. From the impression I've gotten. So the job pool in general is massive compared to C++ or Unreal, in my opinion. The only thing that balances them out though is a studio in Unreal devs will need like 30 to 40 of them rather than 10 Unity devs. Ah, okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, there might be more positions in general for C like Unity devs, just that the positions, the specific positions for Unreal devs might have more devs in that place. That was a horrible description on my side, but I think that's kind of what we're referring to here, right? Pretty much, yeah. Okay, so on game over, we want to make sure to turn the flashlight off. Boom, that's one more little neat decouple. Don't mind that, I'll take it. Now, I wonder if we should change this to keep it a little bit more consistent. Where do I actually publish this? Here, on toggled invoke powered on. One or two events? That is the question. I mean, I don't think... Yeah, it doesn't make as much sense having two events since they refer to the same thing. So I wonder if I should keep it similarly to what I do with my game post event, where we basically check whether that is true or not. So we have a static bool, which basically becomes our... This basically becomes the state I use instead. Rather than having an actual state machine, I have a static bool in the different events. But that doesn't work for the other ones where I don't. Okay, I'm running a little bit all over the place here. It's okay, I just need to figure out how to implement this stuff the best way. Because there always is this one with the monster, which is checking if the game is started and the monster is active. This is unnecessary technically. Why not only check if the monster is active? And then on game started we set monster active to true, on game over we set it to false. I feel like that would be a better implementation of this. Because then, we still have a cached bool, but we only have that cached bool in the monster, and it's more like single responsibility. Where do I actually change this monster active bool? It's on enable monster, which has two references, which as of right now is only on the monster, so that's good. Monster active, but that also... So, on game started we set it to true, on game paused we set it to the opposite of whether the game is paused or not, that's fine. So would this work here? So if monster active, that would be set to true when the game starts, which means that we don't need to check if the game has started, because this being active means that the game has started, so that should be redundant. If it hasn't stopped and the game is not over, all we need to do is make sure that if the game is over, we change monster active to false and it should stop running this, and we wouldn't need to check if the game is over here either. Which means that we don't need to check it here either if we put all of this inside if the monster is active. I think that should work. That would basically decouple this without really having to use any specific static bools or states for that. But except for the cached like monster active state. Or bool rather. For example, just took your random job site, 228 unit positions, 38 unreal positions. Oh shit, yeah. This could be this site or the area in the world they look at or anything. Yeah, I suppose you could always argue that there's more factors to it. I feel this is not too far off from what it feels like though. Yeah, that might make sense. Yeah, fair. It's not what I would have expected. But I guess it makes sense because there's probably also... There's a lot of big like AAA studios. But arguably there's always going to be more smaller studios, you know. And if smaller studios also tend to prefer Unity and C#, then yeah, that actually makes sense. Okay, so what I think we're gonna do here is that we are going to subscribe to the game over event with a on game over method. We are also going to unsubscribe to that same thing. My cursor ends up in the wrong spot there. I need to fix this snippet. Game over event on game over. We subscribe and we unsubscribe. It's good. And then here we want to have a private void on game over, which takes in the game over event. And on game over we want to say enable monster false. If the game is over, we disable the monster. Now we should only need to check whether the monster is active. To be fair, monster active is a shitty name. That's a shitty name. I think it's better to call this monster enabled, because that's how I refer to it in all the other places, so it makes more sense. So if monster is enabled, and if it hasn't stopped, then we do the walking thing. And now we should not need to look if the game is over, because if monster enabled is true, we know that the game isn't over. Unless you can do some weird thing where you pause the game afterwards. Okay, so all we need to do is make sure that you can't pause the game if the game is over. And we handle that through the game manager, right? All we do is check if the settings menu is not active and pause the game. Okay, we might have to try this. Let's just make a note for now. At some point, let's hope I don't forget this. Check if you can pause unpause on game over, which should enable monster after game over, which would be a problem. I'm gonna procrastinate this now, but it's something we need to do at some point. The thing is, if a few AAA studios go on a hiring spree, they might hire 30 to 100 people each, so it skews the numbers all the time. Like, it could look like the opposite at any point, I suppose. Yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah, I see what you mean, Mark it with to do, it will keep track for you. Wait, is that an actual thing, like in C#? Where was I doing this? Game manager. Where I use backslashes? Just like this. Then I think it's Control /T. Ah. Oh, so then you can search up all the places where you put these to-do things? Oh, I see. I did not know that was a thing. That's your task list for things you said you would like to do. Yeah, that is pretty damn useful. I also did remember, I didn't check this now, I do have my little dev board here. But this is more like, you know, more like big category things we're working on. Which currently is, I mean the event bus is pretty much finished. Now it's just refactoring the managers. Oh, that's kind of neat. That is kind of neat. I think smaller to do or capital to do should highlight it in different colors. Ooh. Did I just find something that they forgot to do in the Text Mesh Pro? Debug tool. To do, rework this script to make it into an editor utility. This is not my code. Oh, that's kind of funny. Yeah, for them to do later, yeah? If monster enabled and he hasn't stopped, do this. Otherwise, if the flashlight is on, meaning if he has, that would mean that if he has stopped and if the flashlight is on, can I not just do this into an else if statement? Like, if he hasn't stopped, yeah, because if that's true, we should never call this. So if I make this into a else if statement, should this not be the same thing as saying that this means if he has stopped and the flashlight is on? Or should both of these be called anyway? No. If one if is called, it can't call another else if, can it? Because this, since it's else, it would mean that if this wasn't the case, then you check this if statement. Yeah, this should be fine. We get a little bit less indentation, a little bit less nesting. And now we shouldn't need to check if the game is over either, because if the game is over, the monster would not be enabled. As long as we call the game over event immediately, and we do. Here. Wait, did I subscribe to the game over event? I did. Oh, that might be good though. I was gonna say, if I'm calling the event from here, I might as well just disable the monster from here, but to be honest, you never know if I might add something else that could turn the game into game over, and in that case, if there is a monster active, we want to make sure that that one is deactivated as well. So no, I think I want to keep it like this. But this did clean up the code a little bit here at least, so that's nice. Audio manager, canvas shake, those I think are fine. I might actually keep those as... I mean, to be fair, I could even make the canvas shake subscribe to events and just shake on certain events. Because most of the time that we actually shake the camera is if the monster is alerted. And that, if I'm not mistaken, now is a event as well, isn't it? Not here. Let's see, alert monster, where are you? 5 references. Alert on click. Oh no, you actually call directly here. I suppose I could make these rather than calling the instance of the monster, we just make a event for alerting the monsters. Or monster. Which is what if I want to implement a new type of monster. That also kind of means that I shouldn't put the event on this specific monster. This should be like the, you know, the walking monster or whatever. And maybe we have another one that works in a different way. But in that case, where would I put the event to alert a monster? Okay, I think I know enough how these events work now. I don't think I need this event testing anymore. Let's delete you. Let's delete this one. I mean, I guess I could just put it on the game manager, although that seems a little bit counterintuitive. Should I make a player object? That might... Is that a good thing? Do I need to have a player object? Just then it would kind of make sense having the alert monster event on the player, because the player is the one that alerts the monster. But what else would I use a player object for? What other scripts would be on that? No, I don't think I want to do it. It's a universal thing for code tracking things you want to change. On our build machine, it even checks the to-dos, and they have to have approval before it finally builds to make sure someone hasn't left something they shouldn't have. Ooh, that's pretty clever. So when you try to build the game, it automatically like checks if there is any to-dos that hasn't been removed yet. It's pretty fucking smart. What happens if... Oh shit, what happens if I would have an event here and this script isn't available? Would that make it so I can't call the... I might have to test that. I actually don't know how that works. Since I put the events on the specific managers and stuff. Which, to be fair, I could make it so that like I just have like an event manager with which lists all the events in the game. But I feel like that might turn out a little bit messy. It's kind of nice going to like the game manager and having like the general game events be here. That kind of makes sense, you know. But what happens if a object is deactivated when you try calling in events? We might have to do a little test here. Let's just make sure that the game isn't breaking right now. Oh, this seems fine. Okay, so let's do on the game. No, let's make a new game object. I'm gonna call this test event. And here we are going to what the fuck? No. I'm gonna call this test event. What we're gonna do is gonna make a public class which is called test event for some reason. That's what I'm gonna call it. Now that should be fine. What happens if I disable this game object and then in the game manager we say that on start we try to publish a new test event. What if another thing tries to... Wait, I want the constructor as well to make sure to see whether this works or not. So in this one, let's make a debug log that's saying test event called published. No, wait, this has to be in a constructor, doesn't it? Okay, let me do this. We're going to make a... What do I do? A public test event. Is that how I do it? Public, yes, that is how I do it. This would be a constructor, and then in this one we can make a debug log test event published. Oh shit, wait, I missed some stuff here. If you want to do lots of things to run subscribe to an event/action and you're not sure what will be subscribed or available, etc., you might want to look up observer patterns. Oh yeah, I'm actually on that chapter in the book I'm reading right now. But this is, do I not kind of use observer patterns here. Anyways, I need some lunch for sure, man. Catch you soon, Candonian. Thank you very much for dropping by, man. What's up, DB9 Dreamer? How you doing, man? CTOR tab also creates a default crate. Ooh. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Thank you very much for sharing. Dude, I love these snippets and stuff. This is the kind of shit I want to learn. Okay, that should be fine then. So now, where is my test event? Boom, you are disabled. The game object itself is disabled. And the game manager will try to publish this game or this event on start. I just want to see what happens. Okay, it's still published. Interesting. Oh, but you should create a new... That's why. That's why. I see. I'm being a Dumbo. That made sense. The reason why it doesn't matter whether that object is on or like disabled or enabled is because technically speaking, if I'm not mistaken, I don't call that specific class on that specific object, right? Since we use the new keyword here, is that not like, you know, actually creating a new instance, kind of, maybe an instance is the wrong word, of this class, meaning that it would not matter if whatever object this is, whatever object this is located on, if that's disabled, shouldn't really matter. Okay, that's good to know. That's good to know. So we're gonna delete this. We are going to delete this one. We're gonna remove that one. Interesting. Interesting. I wonder if maybe I should use inheritance for my monsters and have like a main monster class. Because a lot of them are probably gonna, you know, behave very similarly, and then maybe we just do a... I suppose we could do a virtual update method and just override the exact way the monster is going to behave. I think that might be a decent idea. So we just have like a monster class, and then maybe we have the walking monster or whatever, inherit from monster, override the update method and do this stuff. And then if we want to have like a chilling monster, we can do that as well. Because I think we talked about this idea before, which I kind of like. If maybe at some point we should have a monster that's just like sitting in a corner or something, a little bit creepily, and he actually doesn't look for you per se, but if you shine the flashlight on him, then, you know, he goes haywire. I feel like that could be an interesting one as well, to get a little bit more variety in how like the monsters behave. Should I make that an interface? No. No, I don't think so. That would be made more sense for a... I think this is one of the cases where inheritance kind of made sense, actually. What's up, Ameripon? How you doing? Was this a Game Jam game? I feel like I saw it somewhere. It was indeed. It was indeed a Game Jam game for... I think I still have the command for the Game Dev Field Guide monthly Game Jam that finished last month. and now I am working on the full version of it. I saw someone play it. Yeah, that's very possible. There's been quite a few streamers who actually tried the game, as well as I think we have a total of like 4 YouTube videos or something of people who played the game. So started working on more of like a full release now, doing some general polishing, so we have this like highlight system, which I'm pretty happy with. It makes the hitboxes a little bit more intuitive. It's more easy to understand when you're actually hovering over a specific object. And generally just doing some refactoring, because since this was a Game Jam game, some of the code was a little bit spaghettified. Looked like a lot of fun, very cool. Thank you very much, I appreciate that. How you doing, man? Welcome in. Yeah, so far I do feel good about this game. I mean, I suppose that is the reason why I want to make it into a full release. Just want to make sure that my codebase isn't complete chaos before we start working on more content. So we basically refactored all of the clickable items. Now I just want to decouple, as they say, my managers. I'm trying to use this event system instead. So far seems good. Well, that is the nature of game jams. True, it just has to run. Yeah, that is very true. Like, you just want to make sure that you finish before the deadline. So if you have to cut a few corners, then you have to cut a few corners, isn't it? But I feel like if I'm gonna spend, say, I don't know, a couple of months or so working on this, is my intelligence bugged again? Then I think it might be worth making a more, like a better foundation at first, before we start building too much on it. Just otherwise I feel like it's gonna bite me in the arse later. What did we want? We wanted a monster alerted event. I think I'm gonna put it on here, because I think I might make this into a parent object later. Sorry, a base class later. So in that case, having a public class monster alerted event on here kind of made sense. Boom. And then, technically the monster itself wouldn't fire off this event. So actually, we want to subscribe to this event. So we subscribe to our own monster alerted event with a... we don't have to say monster here, we can just say on alerted. Then we're gonna copy this little bugger. We're gonna move you here and make sure that we also unsubscribe. And now, let's see, we do have a here. So now this is a public void alert monster. We don't like that. So we're gonna create a bunch of errors here by making this into a private void. And it's gonna be called onAlerted. And then we're gonna do monster alerted event. Monster alerted event. Do a light shake. If monster nearby. Oh yeah, that is the cache pool that checks whether the monster is... Yeah, I might want to rework that later. I think that's fine for now. Okay, let's save this. Now we should get a bunch of errors here. Item dependent clickable object. This is a old one which we're not using, so I'm just gonna comment this out, just that's probably gonna be deleted at some point anyway. Now we don't want to, let's see, object swap object, that's also old stuff. Start stop object, that is also old stuff. Because basically here what we did is that we just used a bunch of inheritance for all my clickable objects. Whereas now we have this neat little interface we use instead, which I feel like is a lot better. So now, rather than directly calling the instance of a monster, because especially if we're gonna make it so that new monster types inherit from the base monster, we can't have that be a singleton, since you can only have one of a singleton, and it would like... yeah, that would get messy. We don't want that. To be fair, we don't even want the monster to be a instance. So we need to make sure that we can get rid of every single time we ever call the monster.instance, so that we then can remove the singleton pattern. So now what we're gonna do here instead is that we are going to publish a new monster alerted event. That's what we're gonna do instead. Whoops. Okay, I think I... deleted too many namespaces. What? Unity engine is what I need. It's because my IntelliSense is messed up again. Like... yeah, I think... should I restart Visual Studio maybe? Alert on click. Yeah, now you are white. That's the way it should be, because that means that IntelliSense is working. Okay, there we go. So I suppose, can I not check how many references I have to the monster.instance? Can I see references of this one? I mean, I suppose what I could do, theoretically, is just to remove the entire singleton and see what errors we get. Which are not that many. Room manager. You try to initialize the monster when you set a new room. So I suppose we might just do a event when we set a new room. And in that event we initialize the monster. Which does what exactly? Monster nearby checks the room manager. Maybe every room should have a reference to a certain monster that's in the room. I feel like a direct reference might actually be better. But this is also called from the... when we start the game, right? On game started, we initialize the monster. So when we set a new room, do we not also call start game? Oh no, because this might be like set in room number 2. Which means the game is currently running. We also do it when we load a checkpoint. So wait, how does the... Wait, how did I do this? How does the game manager know that we loaded a new checkpoint? It doesn't need to initialize the game, but it does need to start the game. To make sure that this is working. On game over. Bum bum bum. Restart button. Oh, the restart button is what calls the load checkpoint, meaning that that's actually where we start the game from. So that is kind of fine, but I guess we might do a new event here. So we'll do like a public class game restarted event. And then when you click the restart button, we publish the event, which load checkpoint is going to listen to. So we publish a new game restarted event. Turn off the game over menu. We publish game restarted. And we start game. Start game calls this, publishes the game started event, which initializes the monster and stuff. Does the room manager do anything when the game is started? No, you don't subscribe to anything right now. Okay. So, load checkpoint. You should not be public, you should be private. And then what we're gonna do is... We're going to subscribe to a few events. That's what we're gonna do. So we're gonna do init, boom. We're going to subscribe to on game, no, game restarted event with, we just do on restart. Boom. I suppose we can just make this into the on restart. Current room ID equals checkpoint ID. If you don't have a checkpoint, that will be 0. If you have a checkpoint, it will be whatever that room is, and then it sets that room. Removes items found after checkpoint. Technically, we only need to do this if the checkpoint ID is greater than 0. Otherwise, there's no reason to do this. And look, if we do this on restart, we can actually do this through the inventory manager as well, just to decouple the code even more. So we just made sure that the inventory manager also subscribes to the, yeah, that one. and also unsubscribes to the same one. And then we do a private void on restart, game restarted event. And what we're gonna do is remove items after checkpoint. Now we should be able to make you private now. And then in this one we remove this. We also have to make sure to say game restarted event. Boom. Now we have a bunch of errors. No, this is other stuff. Never mind. I think that should work. A little bit. We just decouple the code a little bit. Like bit by bit, you know? Monster does not contain a definition for instance. That's because we initialize the monster when we set a new room. Which is called from the game manager. When you restart. That means we could just initialize the monster on the restart event. Unless we initialize the monster. Do we not initialize the monster on start game? Game started event. Yeah, initialize monster. So that means we initialize the monster twice. Because in that case, why would I... If I know that the game manager is going to call the restart button, when you click that button, we're gonna publish a restart event, and then we're going to start the game. But starting the game publishes the game started event, and on the monster, on game started, we initialize the monster. That means that is when you set a new room, we don't have to initialize the monster. No, we do! Fuck! I keep thinking that this is when you load the checkpoint, but it isn't. This is also when you just go into a new room. So no, I think we need an event here. So we have a room complete event. I think we also want to have a public class. I don't know, new room event, maybe? And then when we set a new room, we are going to publish a new room event. And then we remove this, we go to the monster. Holy shit, the monster subscribes to a lot of events, doesn't he? We're gonna subscribe to the new room event with on new room. We are also going to unsubscribe with that same one. So on new room, wait, private void on new room event. When this happens, we want to initialize the monster. Then I think I want to move my on alerted to make sure that you are with the other event methods. Because I feel like that makes sense. What's up, Meow Literary? How you doing? G'day, g'day. Refactoring? Indeed we are. We are still doing the events here, trying to decouple all of my managers. So far so good. Trying to make the monster no longer be a singleton, because I think we might want to inherit from that one later on. Which means that it's gonna be messy if that's a singleton. How you doing, man? Nice to see ya. Start stop object. That's an old one we don't use, so let's just comment this out. Fuck. Okay. Let's comment. Whoops. Comment all of this out. Light switch. This is also a old one we don't use anymore. Boom. That should be good to go. I'm cold, too cold. My feet are cold. Yeah, it's getting fucking cold here, man. It's not nice. It's not nice. Like I've said, this is the season in Sweden where I am going to hide inside with a blanket for 4 months until the sun finally shines again. Okay, that seems to be working. That should be fine. Oh, did I not make that work? Oh, maybe I didn't. That I definitely made work. Huh? Why can I not smash my lamp? I wanna smash lamp. Room test objects. Lamp broken. Lamp interaction hit. Alert on click impact metal. This is item interactable. Ah, we don't have the hammer here. Boom. That's the issue. Okay, now I think it should work. There we go. Now we can smash the lamp. Doesn't do much but giving us a different sound effect, but still, interactions are fun. The door works, that's good. That one works as well. Sweet. Kinda wanna see if the monster is fully working. Do I need to build a new room for that? No, I don't. All we need to do is go to the room manager and make sure that in room 0 we are going to check that the monster is nearby. Okay, I can't hear him. Slight risk for a jump scare here, just so you know. Okay, monster seems to be working. What happens if we alert him? That seems to work. Okay, fine. I think I need to try the jump scare as well. So, sorry about this, but there will be a jump scare. 3, 2, 1, go. That seems to work. Try again. Oh. Why is this one? I did not open that one. That was close. That was a bit weird. Oh, because object prefab. Oh, am I just... This becomes like a reference now, maybe, where I just... No, I should instantiate a new one of this. Oh, but if that's changed, I wonder if Unity like almost creates a prefab of this in runtime, so that might be the issue. So I think that's a issue I don't have to worry about when I actually make this into a prefab. Which I could pretty much do now, to be honest. I think I might want to change this. Rather than having like monster nearby, monster starts at door. I think I might want to reference a specific monster in the scene. Or maybe, no, wait. Could I not put the monster in the room? I can't the way I've set it up now, because that would mean that he would be in front of the walls. But if I actually make the room part of this whole thing, then it would work. Oh shit, I think that might be how I want to do it. So rather than having a room and different objects, and then switching the objects and changing the sprite of the room, we just make the room sprite part of the entire thing. We call that room, and we can throw in different monsters in different rooms. I think that makes way more sense. So this would not be test objects anymore. This would actually be the test room. Okay, let's just call this room 0. And in room 0 we are going to basically I just want to have one of these in the room instead, and then we could move the monster into the room. And then the monster would be automatically enabled in every specific room. I feel like that makes sense. Yeah, and then I can just change how the monster behaves in the specific rooms instead of doing it in the room manager. Which makes so much more sense, because that also means that the room manager, or the monster rather, does not need to check the room manager, whether the monster is supposed to be nearby or whatever, because we would just set this up in every individual room. Which kinda sounds like it's more work. It's not really though, because I would just check these boxes on the the actual monster instead. Fuck, I think that's a very good idea. That would, however, mean that monster nearby, you should indeed be public bool. I don't even need the bool to check if he's gonna start by the door either, because all I do when he starts at the door is to change his position. So that means that in each and every room, I can just decide exactly how far away from the door I want him to be. So we could almost get rid of this, at least this part. We don't need to think about the positioning, because I will just set up the positioning myself. Since the monster now would be a prefab inside of the room prefab. Oh, I think this is a way better... a better way of doing it. So in that case, we want to have a UI image, which is called the... let's just call it room sprite. Gonna put that at the top. We're gonna change this to room 0. Gonna set native size, boom. And then we want to have this component as well. So on the room sprite, boom, we want you to be an interactable object, but we don't want you to be highlighted. Now, we could actually move the monster inside of the room, behind the room sprite, so we're still only visible here. I kinda like this, which means we could remove these components now and have this just be called rooms. Technically even the NPC could be here, because he's, at least now, only going to be in the first room anyway. But he could also be behind the room here. Yeah, this makes... I feel like this makes more sense. Right-click options. I think we decided I don't want you anymore, so... actually... actually delete you, I think. Because I feel like this is unnecessary scope creep that I don't really need. So, bye-bye. Because if I want to display a text when you click on something, I can just do it with a toast instead. Now, that means that in the room manager, in the specific rooms, we don't need this monster nearby and monster at door, because that will be set in the room instead, which is more in line with single responsibility anyway. So, see here, room, boom. Let's delete these bools. And we don't need a room sprite either. Wait, we don't need any of this. This can actually just be a... it can actually just be a list of game objects instead. I don't even need this class anymore, since we have simplified it quite a lot. Yeah? Let's save this. Let's go to the room manager and monster nearby current room. This stuff we don't want to have anymore. Room image equals room object.get component image. Don't need this either, since we will no longer be changing an image like that. We will have, like, the whole room will be condensed in one game object, which way makes way more sense, monster included. That's gonna make more sense when we're gonna start, like, if we wanna start like switching monsters or monster behaviors in different rooms. We just add a monster with the corresponding script. Room transform. Why do I need this? What am I doing with this? Oh, we check the child count and we destroy all objects. So that we still want. Just that this is going to be called rooms transform, because the object is actually called rooms. So let's be specific. We like specificity here. Current room ID equals checkpoint. And now image, we no longer need a reference to that image because it's not going to exist anymore. So you go away. Room objects. You know, I don't even... I don't even need that, do I? Room object, because all I use that for now is to find the transform. So I might as well only use the transform. So we can remove this and here. Oh no. No, the opposite. I don't... No, I need this. Never mind. I'm chatting shit. Let's still have that one. No, because you don't need to be a game object. That's the thing. We can make this into the transform. So no, then we can delete this. And then what we're gonna do instead is that we serialize the transform of the rooms. And then we can just set that in the inspector instead. Never need to change the room sprite. Instantiate new room dot objects. We instantiate that one on the rooms transform. That's fine. But I don't think I want you to actually use rooms anymore. Because I think we can just turn this into game objects, right? So what we're gonna do is make a list of game objects, which are the rooms, because those are just gonna be prefabs. Is there anything I would like to use the rooms for? Like the room script. I guess I might want to do like alternative paths and stuff later. Maybe. I guess if you have an alternative path, what you could do is that we just have new lists of rooms and you start going down that list instead. You like jump between different lists. Maybe that's weird. Maybe I just like hard code it. Because otherwise, if I use a room script, theoretically, I could have a reference to whatever the next room would be when you exit. Oh, but then you want to have other... What if you have two exits in a room? Then I feel like it's more the actual escape object itself that should tell you where... Like the actual door should have a reference to a room, which is the next room you would go to. And maybe by default having that be the next room in the list. But then if you want to, you could override it by basically making an alternative path. Yeah, how do I want to handle that? Because using multiple lists might get messy, but putting different paths in one... Maybe I should just fucking hardcode everything. Just use the prefabs in the escape object, like this room is gonna take you to this room, etc, etc. Oh, but then how do I handle the checkpoint ID? Because that is the... That's the index of the room in the room list. Technically, we could check what the current room is and take that prefab and use the prefab as a checkpoint as well. Or maybe we have this list just as a library, but then we use another way rather than... Oh fuck, there's so many ways you can do this. Okay, maybe I still want you to have a room script in case I want to use that somehow. Because we could also do something where the room actually has, like this room script, maybe has references to what the next rooms are going to be. And the... maybe the escape objects, like the doors and such, check this room to see where you're supposed to go next. Fuck, I'm actually a little bit uncertain how I want to do this. But for now, let's do this. Let's check what the issue here is. It's the... we are trying to initialize it with this stuff, which we no longer need. So we're just gonna remove you. That's all we're gonna do. And then see, start at door does not exist. Yeah, but we never need to change your... Okay, what we're gonna do is we need to find what the starting position is and make sure that when you initialize the monster that he is always reset to the starting position. But that would always be the case if we use a prefab, because the starting position would be wherever I put him, and that would be saved in the prefab, and if you instantiate the prefab, he is going to start there. So that should be fine. Yeah, I don't think I need that. What's up, Granger devs? How you doing? Welcome in. Another game developer here on Twitch. Check him out. How's it going, Ranger? You doing well? Nice, man. I'm doing good too. Just got back from my vacation in Ireland, so we are back coding now. trying to remember what I was doing here in the game. This is like, since I started the game jam, it's the first actual break I've had from coding. Wasn't as bad as I thought. I thought I was gonna have like code withdrawal while in Ireland. To be fair, I still got a little bit of my obsessiveness with it, since I basically just read a book about coding instead whenever I was on transport. But yeah, I'm doing good. I started a jam game myself. Nice, man. Is it for the... which game jam are you doing? Are you doing the I Heart game jam? I've seen a few people that have joined that one. Oh, nice. What kind of game are you working on? Was that 2-week jam? Because it just started, right? Yeah, it did. Yesterday? Yeah, nice. You would ask me for a high-level pitch? Yeah, let me know here. What game are you trying to make? Okay, wait, did we just get rid of the errors? That seems to work. Oh, I think I have something good going here. I think this is going to be a better way to like handle the rooms. How does the room manager look now? Boom. All you have is a objects prefab. And there, let's see, we do need to set the rooms transform, which would be this one. And then these are the different rooms, so it would be room 0 there. Current room ID, checkpoint ID, that is fine. I wonder maybe if I should have done something where instead of having just a list, have like an actual dictionary. Or maybe I add an index to this one, and rather than checking the index of the list, we check the index on that I basically manually set. Because then I could do something where, for example, if we wanted to make like alternative paths and stuff, we could do something like basically having the room with index 0 go to the room with index 1, but then if we want to split it, we could theoretically do something where we have maybe this is 1.1, meaning we came from room 1, oh maybe not, maybe this should be then 2.1, 0, and then we have 2.20, and then we should have two alternative paths. Am I overthinking this? 1.1, 2.21, and then if they ever merge into the same room, then that would become room 3. So basically I can use my own like ID for the rooms instead, and use that to like set the checkpoint and find whatever the next room is going to be. And then I suppose I would need to manually set whatever the next room is, rather than just going down the list. Ah, damn, this got me thinking. I'm trying to think about how to put it in text. Oh shit, are you doing something complex here? Or is it just something unique, maybe? I'm intrigued. Oh shit, how do I want to do this? I don't know how normal developers would do it. Because obviously in the game jam version, since there's only one specific path you can take, like room A leads to room B leads to room C, and so on, it's pretty like clear where that you're just supposed to go down the list. But if I want to make something like alternative paths, which I think could be fun, since it would add a little bit of like, you know, it would add some replay value to the game. But if I do that, I can't really just go down a list. I need to make sure that I like can actually manually connect the different rooms. Because let's be honest, alternative paths would be pretty fun. Because then all of a sudden you could come to a point where we just put 2 doors and you just have to decide which way you're going. Now we check the current room ID. Can we instantiate that one? Where is the actual one for completing a room? Because this is only for completing the final room. Don't tell me I do this through the game manager. I do, don't I? Objective completed. Final room, blah blah blah. And then we set a new room. We do it through the game manager. That is messy. So here, I think the room manager should have a vent for room completed. And then these ones should listen to that event and do whatever they're supposed to do. Which means that the game manager actually doesn't have to do fuck all when this happens. So we would be able to move, except check like, yeah, if the final room is completed, then I suppose the room manager would call it the victory event. And we would, good game well played, this would be like on victory. So this would listen to that event from when the final room is completed. Something like that. What's up, Damien? How you doing? Welcome in. Throw another little shout out here. Damien is also developing games here on Twitch, so check him out. How you doing, man? Yeah, just it's a little bit weird handling this through the game manager if I have something called a room manager. To be fair, I almost think that the room manager and game manager could have been the same object. I think that would have been fine, but they're separate now, so let's keep them that way. Okay, so I think we're gonna make... Yeah, here we have a room complete event. I've already started, it seems like. Which means... Let's see, final room finished. No. We're gonna make a... So what, do my escape objects right now, do they call the game manager objective completed? And then that one tells you to... What? Wait, how do my escape objects work? I am slightly confused. Here, exit, URA, escape on click. Yeah, that calls objective completed in the game manager. We don't like that. So this, what this should actually do is that when you click on one of these, we should actually publish the event, which is the room complete event. That's what we should do. And then maybe here on each escape object we would add a reference to whatever the new room is going to be. Because that could be a way of making the alternative paths work. Just waking up, gotcha. Well, good morning, man. Nice to see ya. Super high level. You control a sleigh where you have to deliver presents by dropping them from the sleigh into a chimney. You have to drop the right present in the chimney by Can you hear that? Okay, I don't think you can. Someone just honked a horn loud as fuck outside. Dropping them from a sleigh into a chimney, you have to drop the right present in the chimney by selecting the matching present for the chimney. You have to dodge things while flying, as well as deal with rivals that are trying to keep you from being successful in your task. There's more details that would make for a long description. Yeah, I got you. But that seems quite interesting. Are you doing it 2D or 3D? Okay, I'm just gonna take a quick break and I'll be... Can I hit unless the honking is in my head? Oh no, the honking is bad. Ah, shit. 3D side perspective. Ooh, interesting. Interesting. I'm just gonna take a quick be right back. I'll be back in like a few minutes, just heating up some coffee. See ya soon. So man, Sharpie, how has things changed since winning all the categories in the game jam? It has changed mainly with me having a slightly bigger ego, probably. No, but it was very fun to see. I'm very happy. I did put in a lot of effort into this game jam. To be fair, I basically put in full-time working hours, you know. So it was very fun to see. Other than that, I guess I'm just more excited to make this into a full product. Human limits sounds like Doomsday AI Skynet shit. Yeah, pretty much. I guess they do something like if it's gonna be something like if humans is greater than the human limit, then destroy world. Horizontal moving, vertical rotation. Yeah, I think that would probably be the best of both worlds to really get both the... Fuck! Okay, I am not hyped to add sound effects. I'm gonna start shitting myself playing this game. Oh, dude. That one actually got me a bit, not gonna lie. That actually got me a little bit. I hate horror games. Me too, man. Me too. That's the ironic thing. Let's see. Q, was that the lasso tool? Oh, that's so smart. Do you know why Q is the lasso tool shortcut? Just Q kind of looks like a lasso. Do you guys want to know something fun? This is a bit awkward. Do you know what I use as a secondary light when I'm streaming? Because I don't have one of those fancy ring lights or whatever the fuck that everyone on TikTok uses. You know what I do? Look, I'm a bit too dark now. What I do is that I literally open Wikipedia on one of my monitors. Completely white page, lighting up my face. Genius. If it works, it's not broken. It's so fucking scuffed though. It's actually scuffed. But that is legitimately when I look at my cam and I go, yeah, I don't have that good lighting, do I? I just open Wikipedia. That's my literal strategy. I forgot I made him active. Sorry about that one. That did get me a little bit. We need to turn off next player. There we go. That was the issue. Because now it doesn't matter if you turn this on, since the parent is disabled. Dude, sometimes code lingo can sound very fucking weird. I just said that the parent is disabled. That, to be clear, that means something else in code than it does in normal life. Tip, you're only safe in the dark. I kinda like this. I kinda like this. You cannot refund if you skip the tutorial. Yeah. Maybe we should do that. Like. Nah, I can't do it. It would be funny though. Okay, we are back. How you doing? Just had to make sure that my country isn't being invaded, because I realized that the honking is actually the like crisis siren going on in my town here, so. But it's just for testing purposes, so we are fine. Also got some coffee. How are y'all doing?
Red Rucker is
shite. What's up, Rucker? How you doing? How are you doing, my man? Let's do it. Damn, I almost thought I would get away today, not have to stand here. First Monday of December, 3 PM. Yes, indeed. Indeed, you are absolutely right. I am apparently not the best at reading through these brochures, you know? Welcome in, Raka. Let me throw a little shout out here. How you doing? Are you still on Bloodborne? Are you still making your way through Bloodborne? Okay, let's see. This should be done, and like I said, if we want to, we could theoretically make this have a reference to whatever the next room should be. And then... Oh, and then what we could do is... Look, we have a room complete event. So what we could do is do something like... You know, make it so we can pass in a parameter for whatever the next room is supposed to be. And then make the room manager subscribe to this event. And when this event is called, it sets the new room with whatever room we have said here is supposed to be the next one. And that would make an easy way. It does add a little bit more manual labor when it's linear, but if we want to make alternative paths and stuff and make you able to like take different routes, then that's a kind of decent way of doing it, I suppose. Oh, I kind of maybe like it. It's brutal? Oh shit, are you struggling? I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that. You've had it a little bit too easy. I think we need some more of those 7-hour boss fights. That's what I want to see. I've had a good life. If the air raid siren goes off, I'm ready to escape. Yeah. Yeah, let's be honest here. In reality, I just wanted to make sure that at least the last thing I get to do is have another coffee. Shit, I wonder if I should do it that way. Then I don't even... fuck, what is the room manager doing then? I mean, you still have some important stuff here. Because in that case, I wouldn't even need the current room ID. Because we would just have a reference to the current room, which would actually be a game object. Oh, but then how do I check? Because on restart, we also remove all the items that are found after your last checkpoint. Right now what that does is that it checks if the ID of when you picked it up is greater than your checkpoint ID, and in that case it removes the item. What if we do something like... Okay, I think I might know how we could theoretically do it. What if when you pick up a checkpoint, that calls some like event that the checkpoint was found, and then we have the inventory manager listen to that event, and rather than having to keep track of like the IDs of when you found items and stuff, we just have like a bool on each object which says something like found after checkpoint. So we have that set to false from the beginning, but when you pick up a checkpoint, it's gonna loop through all of the objects you currently have in your inventory and just say that just change that to true. But then, what happens if the checkpoint is not the first thing you pick up in the room? Because then if you pick up, say, a hammer in the room, and then pick up the checkpoint, and then die, now you would keep the hammer, but when you respawn, there would be a new hammer in the room, and now you have an infinite hammer glitch. So maybe we can't just do it that way. We have to make sure that you haven't found the item in the same room you're currently in. Which, fuck, that means it doesn't work. Straight back to coding? Yeah, you know it. Dude, I said it before, I felt like I've almost had like code withdrawal. I've been like, I just wanna code, man. I'm getting fucking hooked on this shit, you know. That's why my leisure time or whatever, my leisure while traveling has literally been reading a book about coding. And also, no, I'm not obsessive whatsoever. I don't know what you're talking about. Sit down. Oh, fuck! How am I gonna do this? I felt like I had such a good idea there, but then I realized that it won't work entirely. Can you create prefabs in runtime? Because technically, I suppose that I could let you keep the items found in the room if I also save the state of the room. Or no! When you set the new room, you check if there's any items in the room that you already have in the inventory, and rather than destroying the items you have in the inventory, you destroy the items in the room. That could also work. Then we don't need to keep track of when they found and stuff, we just make sure that if there's a duplicate of an item you have in the room, then fucking destroy it. That could work. Maybe. Armotic, what's up? Welcome in. How you doing? I don't have a problem. You have the problem. Exactly, exactly. Someone understands me. Have you thought about randomizing the rooms? I thought a little bit about similar stuff. Because, let's be honest here, I'm a huge fan of roguelites. So doing anything that gives you like the kind of roguelite style of a game is something I really enjoy. I like randomized stuff. The only issue is that I'm not entirely sure it's as good for like a horror game like this. I feel like it might be more... Because here what you kind of want to do, I suppose, is fine-tune the experience to make sure that, you know, the tension and the pacing is right. Which I feel like is much harder if I turn this into like a roguelite-esque game. Unless you want to go for a more like chaotic aspect, with which you could argue could suit it because maybe you're, you know, fuck it, say your character is going a little bit crazy or something and he, you know, it's like almost randomly going through rooms and you actually don't know the order you went through them. You could do something like that, but it's a little bit harder when you have stuff like... Because right now we have some rooms where, for example, you find the screwdriver in one room, but then you actually need the screwdriver again in another room. And if it was randomized, theoretically, you would have to make some, you know, algorithm that checks that you don't softlock yourself by getting the room that needs the screwdriver before the room where you find the screwdriver. Yeah, I don't know. You can't create prefabs at runtime, it uses the prefab utility, which is part of the editor namespace. Okay. But I could theoretically... For example, if I get easy save. With easy save, you can save game objects, right? So in that case, I could probably save the state of the room. Maybe not specifically as a prefab, but just save this game object as is. And then, if you restart at a checkpoint, we just instantiate that object instead of the usual prefab. Maybe. To be fair though, if we do the thing where we destroy the items in the room if they're a duplicate of an item you have in your inventory, we don't even need to save the room, because that would kind of happen automatically. So we might not even need to save a new prefab. I think we should be fine actually. You probably have a specific goal in mind, but I feel like I should mention, as long as the game works, thinking about making the perfect code structure might be a huge waste of time. Absolutely true. Absolutely true. I do think I have a tendency, at least now when I don't have the same deadline as I had before, to maybe overthink my code structure a little bit. Right now though, I feel like it's kind of... This might be for a good reason, because how I handle this will basically tell me whether or not it's gonna be viable to make alternative paths in the game. And I think alternative paths could be fun. Just because then we can do little Easter eggs and stuff, you know? I think it could be fun. You can save any of the data for sure, Well, you could instantiate the prefab, then set it with the saved data as well. Oh, that's true. Yeah, just have the like room prefabs, and maybe you have like a... Maybe that one has like a list of the items in the room and like their position, and then, you know, that becomes like the data of the room, blah blah blah. You can like... Or we just do it by automatically removing the items. I feel like that's the simplest solution. Just check like... Basically every collectible item can just do a quick check with the inventory if... Like, do I exist in the inventory? If that is true, then seppuku my ass and get away out of the game. And now you won't be able to get duplicates. Because that's the only thing I'm really worried about. Like, if all the doors are closed again and stuff in the room on when you reload, I don't think that's an issue. It's only if you can get some glitch where you can start getting like duplicate items. That's why I feel like it might be an issue. So I feel like maybe just destroying them in runtime should be easy, because then we don't need to... There's barely any data we actually need to save. I do think I might want to incorporate a better saving system later though, which might mean I might end up getting the easy save asset. Because it would be pretty neat having a continue button in the main menu. Like, if you have a current game going on, then you can, rather than... Because now if you quit, you abandon the game, you know. And rather doing something where like, if you quit while still playing, then the next time you start the game, it's gonna say like continue or new game, you know, that kind of thing. That's not scope creep, is it? No, I think I'm fine. In that case, yeah, just check if you already have it in inventory, then not make the item available in the room. Yeah, I think that kind of makes sense. Which shouldn't be too odd, because we do have the... Like, if we check any item we have, like for example, we have the trapdoor key. This has a collect item on click, which means that any item that has this script on it is a collectible item. This is a inventory item. So what we could do here, now we should be a bit lazy and just use our... Let's make a private void awake, start, awake, start. If we make a start method, and here, I don't know how to do this in a non-coupled way, but what we could do is check like... Because the inventory you have... Let me see my inventory manager. We don't actually have a list of the items we have, but we could do something where... Oh, we had that before. We had like a bool to check if you have this item. Maybe I should add that one again. Because it's annoying looking through the entire scene and destroying the items in the inventory. It's easier to have the items in the scene look through the inventory to see if they match. Because now what we do is that we go through each item in the inventory and then we destroy if found after checkpoint. But this is the old system, which we're no longer using. And this, what exactly does this do? Yeah, it checks the found in room ID. But if we stop using lists for rooms, it might be a little bit messy. I just looked at the left corner of my window. All my recommended streams are in Japanese. Really? How come? Is that a... Are you referring to the fact that being a odd thing, or are you actually just binge watching Japanese streams? Okay, so this is the old inventory item, right? Or is it? No, wait. No, we still use this one, I think. I think I still use that one. Collect item. Just this is what I do with the... This is what I do with the floppy disks, the checkpoints. There we actually check if... If you are... if you are in the room, that this checkpoint would give you a... No, if you already have the checkpoint that this floppy disk would give you, then destroy the floppy disk, basically hide it from the room. So this would be like a similar thing, but for all the other items. I don't know though if this is dumb, because there is an argument to be made that... I don't know what you guys think. Some people have said that they probably would prefer having automatic checkpoints, like at the start of the room, because it's... I understand that it can be a little bit tedious having to redo the same room if you die in the next one. Like, I definitely see that thought process, and I've heard a few people say it. The only thing I sometimes don't like as much about it is that I feel like you lose a lot more of the like consequence in the game. Because if you know that whenever you die you're just gonna restart in the same room, it doesn't feel like you really lose that much, you know? Which is the reason why I made it so that you actually have to find the checkpoints. Because that makes it, you know, you have a bit more to lose. Like you have to... I feel like the player ends up being a little bit more scared because until you find the checkpoint you really don't want to die. Because you don't want to redo the last room again. But I don't know, maybe if we should have just made it so that, you know, just making it to the next room automatically gives you a checkpoint in that room. I don't know, I can see the arguments for... I think there's pros and cons, you know? Where I understand that a lot of people might feel like it's a little bit tedious or jarring to have to go all the way back and start redoing a puzzle you've already done. To be fair though, once you know the solution, you theoretically could make the puzzle kind of quickly. Which is also bad, because that means that people often start stressing the room on the after they've died, which means that they die again and they cannot get stuck for a little bit longer. Yeah, I don't know. Automatic checkpoints or not? That is the question. Feels like it's gonna depend on how often you expect someone to die in a room and how often you find the checkpoint. I mean, to go back like 5-10 minutes usually feels fine, but if you gotta redo like 30 minutes of the same thing because you got debated by a boss, especially if there are bits of trial and error on the boss rooms where it'll take a new player a few tries to get it. Yeah, I do feel like it's not too bad in that case, as long as I don't like, you know, hide the checkpoints too like, you know, make them too hidden, which I might have done before. Theoretically. Allegedly, I maybe did that in one of the versions of the Game Jam game, maybe. But, I mean, other than that, like, every single room has a checkpoint in it. It's just that you have to find it. So it's usually not too much time you actually lose, since most of the time, especially if I made sure to not like hide the checkpoints too good, most of the time what happens is that you go back one room. And of course, you know, I've seen people, like if people struggle with a puzzle, it might, you know, it might take them some... people have, you know, spent like 20-25 minutes in one room. But that's only if you haven't done the puzzle. Like, that's when you're trying to figure out the puzzle. If you go back to that part and you know the solution, I feel like most of the time, you know, now it's just about execution. And usually it's not like, as long as you know, are still playing a bit careful, which is harder, because like I said, I do see a lot of people kind of, you know, try to speedrun the rooms a little bit after reloading at the checkpoint, because they know the solution, so they just want to get back quickly. Unfortunately, playing quickly is the complete opposite to playing carefully, and obviously in this game, if you don't play carefully, you raise the risk of being caught again, which might make it a little bit of like a bad cycle kind of thing. Does the player know when they hit the checkpoint? Yes, they do. To me, that would be a fair trade-off. Would be a risk versus reward thing of saving time, skipping your checkpoint, or staying in a room playing it safe. Yeah, when you pick up any checkpoint, you instantly get like one of those toes that says like new checkpoint found. I don't know, I kinda like it, but I see the argument that, just like I said, some people have said that they probably would have preferred having automatic checkpoints. I don't know, it is definitely a trade-off. And what's up, Ash Ruidan? Sorry if I'm butchering your name. How you doing, Ash? Welcome in. And thank you very much for the follow. Much appreciated. Hope you're doing good, man. How is your Monday? To be fair, maybe this is not the best thing to work on right now, since I don't have the second room working, so we actually can't get a checkpoint. Maybe we should see if we can make the second room work as well with the new interactable objects, so that we can actually, you know, test this. Because otherwise what we would do is we would check the inventory manager and see if the inventory grid contains a inventory item with the same, like having the same item as you have, as you are. Okay, this is weird. And then if that's the case, you destroy it. Shouldn't be too hard. I'm doing good. Was looking at the dev category and found you. Sweet, man. Welcome in. I'm glad you popped by. Are you a developer as well? I feel like I've seen you somewhere. I'm like 99% sure. I feel like I recognize your name. I'm pretty sure I've seen you in someone's channel. Priston Mess, that's it. There we go. I knew it. Maybe have a difficulty setting. Normal mode is balanced around the pickup checkpoints, and then maybe /easy mode where it autosaves at the start of each room. Yeah, that's actually a pretty good idea. Just for a game like this, normally, I should say, in general, I'm not a like super huge fan of difficult settings. I kinda like not having the option to change setting, but for a game like this, I feel like it should kinda fit actually. Because it depends a lot on the game, right? Like, for example, I think Dark Souls would have been a worse game if there was a difficult setting. Maybe subjective, but that's my opinion. Same thing with like a lot of roguelikes. Like if Binding of Isaac had a difficulty setting, I feel like that would... I wouldn't like it as much. Because then you get this kind of... Especially if you can change during runtime. I feel like that's probably the worst thing. If you can like... If it starts being too difficult, like in Skyrim. In Skyrim, if you go around fighting and all of a sudden you come across some guy and you feel like this is too difficult, you can literally just open up the menu, set the difficulty to like novice, and then like 2-hit that guy, and then turn the difficulty back up again. I think that's kind of lame, in my opinion. But for a game like this, I feel like that should actually work quite well. Just then, if someone finds it too difficult and they like die too much, yeah, we can just allow them to have... We can have a little description, like telling people exactly what the different settings do. And maybe we can just be a little bit sarcastic and mean and do something where like the normal, you know, the normal difficulty is called like actual Giga Chad. And then if you want to play on easy, we just call that something like, are you not better than this question mark? I'm joking. But yeah, no, maybe that should actually be a decent idea. Making like a difficult setting. Just automatic checkpoints would obviously make the game a bit easier. I inspired myself to design a jam game I don't like, but it would be educational to try crafting it. I think that sounds like a pretty good idea. I mean, to be fair, I've made quite a few games that I'm not sure I would say are like games I felt like super passionate about. Like the main thing about the game was me trying to learn from it, you know. So I think that's fair. Or something like a death count. When you attain it, you ask if you want to change into easy mode. Yeah, that should work as well. So that we would basically check if the player is struggling a lot. Like if we notice that they've died like 5 times in the same room, you could have a little pop-up like, would you like to be a noob and turn on easy mode? Maybe. Maybe. We should also do a hint system, that's another thing. Where we should have like a timer that checks like... I already have a timer in the game. So what we could do is just check if... Say maybe... Since it is a puzzle game, maybe like if you've spent more than like... I don't know. What should we say? 10 minutes in a room? If you spend more than like 10 minutes in a room, you get a little pop-up saying like... Would you like to have a hint? That could be another thing to kind of make the game a little bit easier if someone is struggling. And that actually wouldn't probably be too hard to implement either. Since we already have the timer, we could just check what the timer was set to when you first enter the room. And then we just keep checking that. As long as you haven't completed a room. And if that timer reaches over like 10 minutes, you get a little pop-up, would you like to have a hint? That might actually be a good thing to add. So, let's do difficulty setting question mark. We're gonna do hint system. Yeah. Still won't forgive Resident Evil 4's adaptive difficulty. Was struggling on the part. I haven't played it, so I probably don't know the parts. I was on like attempt 3, died, attempt 4 spawns me in, no enemies at all. I'm like, what the fuck, did it glitch out? Found out a few years later about the adaptive thing and felt betrayed. Yeah, I feel like, especially, I mean, I suppose once again, it might depend a little bit on the game. But that kind of stuff could be a little bit annoying, I feel like. Because I would also feel like, at least after playing games like Dark Souls, you know, I feel like my patience when it comes to games got a lot better after playing that game, where I don't mind the challenge, and if... I would probably feel worse if after dying like 10 times to a boss in Dark Souls, if the game automatically got easier for me, because then it wouldn't feel as rewarding, you know, to actually defeat the boss. So yeah, I'm not sure I would be a fan of that either. Isn't like Left 4 Dead? Haven't really played that game either, to be honest, but they also have like adaptive difficulty, don't they? Like, if you're doing really good, I think the like zombies and stuff get stronger and you meet like even more of them. And if you die a lot, they successively get easier and easier. I'm pretty sure they implemented something similar. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think in that case, I think I would. In that case, I would actually prefer just having a straight up difficulty setting, where you just decide what difficulty you want to play on. Yeah, and make it a devil and a changed life or something important against the hint to regulate the system, yeah? And it reminds me of devil deals in Binding of Isaac, you know. Fellow Notion user, yes sir. I quite like Notion. The only thing I would like, which I haven't seen is a thing in Notion, is like the canvas board. Or the canvas, which I do think the Obsidian has, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, where you can do like this kind of stuff. I feel like this sometimes could be useful to have. Just to, maybe, you know, you could make a slight architecture of like how your scripts talk to each other. I don't know. Or maybe like for my rooms to make sure that like if I have alternative paths, like having a way to keep this kind of stuff in track should be useful. That's the only thing I feel like I kind of miss out on when it comes to Notion. Otherwise, I'm really happy with it. Use Obsidian Canvas then? Yeah, maybe. But it would have been nice to have like all of my note-taking and progress stuff in one place. To be fair though, I do think I could do most of this stuff in Obsidian as well, so it could be the opposite there, but it would also feel a little bit annoying now moving all of this over to a new thing. And I do quite like the setup of Notion. I think you can convert Notion on Obsidian. Oh shit, you can? Oh, interesting. I also know that you could theoretically, I think you can do like add-on stuff to Notion, so there probably is a way of getting around it. You've got an extension that makes it look like Notion. Oh shit, look at that. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. If I feel like I really need it, I might look into that, because that specific like canvas thing does seem like it could be pretty nice. The question is, should we leave this for now? Maybe add a method to check if this item is in the inventory. If it is, destroy it. I think that's a Unity bug. It's fine. Okay, I think I might want to get the second room ready with the new interactable items. So I think what we're gonna do is duplicate this one and then completely unpack it. Gonna move you up here, remove this one, turn this one on. We're gonna change the name to room 1. Maybe, if we want to do alternative paths, maybe I should do one of these like letter/number combinations to keep track. . Like A0, A1, B1, B2, that kind of stuff. We'll see. And now what we would like to do is copy these two. No, wait. These two, I mean. Copy. Then we want to paste as child. Move you up, put you here. I don't know what the monster is doing on this position. Wait, what is... This is the wrong room. This is the same room. Ah, shite. Okay, we're gonna remove this one. We're gonna duplicate this one. This is the room we want. And we are going to unpack ya, little bastard. I'm gonna call you room 1. Turn this one off, turn this one on. There we go. Now we paste as child, move you up, boom. Then let's see, room sprite. This should actually be this one. And here we just steal the position of this monster, mainly the Y, which is 23.5. Boom, 23.5. And I actually think that's a pretty good position, because here I do want the monster to start close to the window. Now we just wanna make sure that these different objects actually work. Actually, we could copy a few objects over, just the vent I already have working from the first game. I wonder, can I just... Here, let's remove script, make you interactable, and make you, all you're gonna do is play sound on click, which is going to be, yeah sure, not generic. Stool, you're gonna do the exact same thing, you're gonna be interactable, and you're gonna play sound on click, which is not generic. What's up, Crystal Mess? How you doing? Welcome in. Nice to see you, man. How you doing this Monday? How is your AI endeavors going? Oh no, you're doing your little app now, aren't you? Last time I checked. Now I have been away for a little bit, so I don't know if there's anything I've missed potentially, but all is good, dude. Nice, man. Okay, I wonder if we should make prefabs out of the first room and then move a few of those in here. I think I might do that actually, because the vent is basically the same exact object. So we're gonna go to, let's see, not scripts, we're gonna go to prefabs. All is good, nice man. Help me out, what are these muscles between your neck and shoulder called? That's a good question. Traps. I think that's what people tend to call them. We're doing Advent of Code right now, actually. Oh, interesting. Well, wait, Advent of Code. Well, can you explain this? What's the status with Shroud? Currently continuing doing the refactoring here. So trying to switch out my overly tightly coupled managers, singleton instances, and using events instead. But I've been to Ireland for a week, just got back now in the weekend, so hasn't been, you know, a lot of progress during last week. But now we're back. Here, objects. I think we need to separate this somehow. Let's make a new folder, which we're going to call old objects, which is basically going to be all of these. Let's put you in here. We're gonna make yet another folder. We're gonna call this new objects. And here we're gonna start adding shit. Like what? We have a door. Trapdoor on the right, sure. Cabinet. Well, this one is a little bit messy, just there's extra stuff in it. Let's move you in here. And then I think what I'm gonna do, if I ever wanna change that one, I'm gonna unpack this again and have you not be the prefab. Table with cloth, sure thing. Now there is a journal hidden beneath you, so that we might have to change. So you should also be unpacked. This is just an empty box, so you can be a prefab. Lamp broken can be a prefab. Light switch broken. Trapdoor key. The vase can be a prefab. Vent. The crate I haven't finished, right? So maybe that's something we should do before we make it into a prefab. Oh no, it is finished. I just haven't added the hammer, have I? What the fuck? Oh, is the room thingy not... Yeah, I think I know the issue there. Let's just see if this works. And it does. I don't think the room is a lit material. Boom. Now it should look a little bit better. Let's see here. Advent of Code 2024. Oh. Access all the events and corresponding puzzles, leaderboards, stats, etc. Oh, interesting. Red Nose reports. Ah. Oh, so is this like, yeah, it's different like little code challenges? Challenges, I suppose? Citrus sports, each containing 5 levels. Trying to figure out which are safe. Ah, shit. Safety zones can only tolerate levels that are either gradually increasing or gradually decreasing. So a report only counts as safe if both of the following are true. The levels are either all increasing or all decreasing. Any two adjacent levels differ by at least 1 and at most 3. So this one would be safe, this one would not be safe. Okay. Okay, so then you would basically write some type of like code to check whether these are safe or not. Exactly, yeah, I'm working on this one right now. Interesting. Oh, this seems pretty fun actually. Do it with us. This one doesn't seem too difficult to do if I'm allowed to do it in a very unoptimal, probably bad way. It's gonna get hard as fuck. Oh, does it get more and more difficult for each day? Yeah. I just do myself a deal and I found someone I know. Yeah, I think I could do this. I think I actually could do this one. But it would probably not... There would probably be way better ways of doing it, because I would probably do this in a very large, crude kind of way. Basically just having a shit ton of if statements. I think it could work. So like, I'm learning Rust by doing these. Oh, interesting. Separate by spaces. So there you just check if it's... There's that thing where you can check if it's a space and then just don't care for it. Otherwise just do a string of these and just check if it's... Ah, there's a lot of checks here though. Since it can both be decreasing and increasing. Someone came in chat, is doing it in an obscure language called Haskell. Never heard of it. Another person is doing GDescript. Interesting. It seems like it's probably a good thing to like for practice, I suppose. Was Ash's idea? I do it in Go just for fun. Oh, I see. Go, that's like Google's language, isn't it? Was that if you would have to find a similar language, like what languages is Go similar to? Like, is it more similar to like C#, that kind of thing, or like Python? Those are like the only languages I really know kind of how they work. I know that GDescript is kind of similar to Python. I think maybe doing something at some point, like looking into another language, could be fun as well, just to see the differences. I feel like I'm too dumb for these. Well, it might be something to look into. I did do a little bit of my... Those were kind of easy though, and then they got way too difficult when I tried asking ChatGPT to give me coding challenges. Or like give me an error to try and fix. Oh, we don't have this working. I can't actually exit the room. We never fixed that. Did we? Ah, shit. We have a room complete event. And yeah, we made the escape objects publish that event. But that means that the room manager actually needs to listen to that event. So we need to what the fuck? That's not what I need to do. We need to subscribe to room complete event with maybe uncompleted. And then we also want to unsubscribe to the same one. I think I want to keep my like event methods at the top, I think. Don't know why, but I think I want to. So on restart we do that, and then we do a private none. Then we do a private void uncompleted. It is closer to C# because it has garbage collector. Oh, I see. But it does not use LLVM. Is that some large language blah 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 kind of thing? What's LLVM? VM? Virtual machine? There's too many abbreviations in IT stuff, man. Low-level vehicular manslaughter. What? No, fam. So the week before your vacation, your channel was slain. It was indeed. Every time I looked, you had 5 views. Yeah, we had some really big raids at the end of last week. Even have a few in row. It was kind of mad. Okay, uncompleted. Oh yeah, we need to take in the actual event thing here as well, right? So we need a room complete event. Complete event. Laser light venison Malay. No, I think it's I do think I was onto something there. It's definitely a virtual machine, right? Because what language doesn't have a virtual machine inside of it? Yeah. Imagine if it actually was that. Wait, is it actually? Wait, what? It is virtual machine. What the fuck? Low-level virtual machine. Is it? It actually is. Low-level virtual machine. Wow. Dude, that was not what I actually expected. I just know that virtual machines are often shortened to VM. Interesting. Written in C++, designed for compile time, link time, runtime, and idle time optimization. I've never heard of this. Said you can't put Weeping Angel in your horror game? So infringement? The Weeping Angel? Oh, is it from... Oh, it's from Doctor Who? Ah. Oh, it does look kinda creepy. Maybe a statue, though, could actually be fun. That could be a little bit creepy, like a statue, all of a sudden it... Like, you look away and all of a sudden the statue has moved a little bit or something. I think playing around with stuff like this could be a bit fun. Let's see, uncompleted. Yeah, they only move when they are not watched because of Quantum. Exactly. No, I think just I do want to have like more what should you call it? I do want to have like more variety when it comes to monsters and like the spooky kind of stuff. We might have to change how this works later on, but let's keep it for now. Well, if the final room is completed, then we should actually publish the event called... No, it's called Victory Event. And then, if that's not the case, what do we want to do? Here we just set new room. That one we can remove as well. And then we have to make sure that these subscribe to that one as well. So we're gonna move these to the related manager and subscribe to the room complete event. That's what we need to do. Steven might be local lord Vertigris von Mezelay. Oh, legit. Maybe? Yeah, maybe. I think Google might be wrong, to be honest. I think you're onto something here, man. I'm at the end of my evening just making up weird words until I fall asleep. Dude, I'm here for it. I don't understand where I add to the current room. Somewhere I need to say current room ++. Oh, it's when I check if the final room... That's a bit dumb. That's when I actually increment to it. So in that case, I think I would like to move this. And what we do instead is that...
Cheers.
When you... Oh shit. Does coffee count? Thanks for lurking, guys. Appreciate it. Does coffee not count, or I actually need to go get water?
Stand up for 10 minutes.
Ah, shite. Well, if I have to stand up, I might as well go get some water in it. Fucking Raka looking out for my health here, innit? Okay. Give me 1 second. I'll go and actually get some water, because I don't even have it. Be right back. Go down. Walk away. That was a misclick. Fuck. I did not mean to do that. I do, however, think I am gonna need a quick little dinner break here, because we've been up for like 5 hours. No break? What do you mean no break? Fam, I stream for like 8 to 10 hours a day. We can complete it in 15 minutes. Agree? Oh, holy shit. Okay. I actually need to set up like a reminder to actually get water. I forgot I added that channel reward. Cheers. Okay, let's not forget that here we have to say current room ID ++. What is this tiny glass of water? Are you shaming my tiny glass of water? This is not okay, man. This is not okay. This is a massive. This is. Dude, have you not seen? Have you, at least when it comes to like old Swedish people, like they always have the tiniest water glasses. Like, you know, they'll have shit like this. This is tiny. This is absolutely tiny. This is not what I have. I have a massive one. If your glass is too big, you'll waste the water and lose all your money. Exactly, that's what I mean, yeah. Stop shaming my tiny glasses. I feel invalidated here. Wait, do you not? What do you drink out of, Raka? You don't even drink out of a glass. You drink out of just a big plastic bottle, don't you? Hey, at least I have a glass, man. Currently drinking out of a 0.5 liter, half a liter glass. But that's pretty big. That is pretty big. That is pretty big. As butcher, we don't have drinkable tap water. Oh, okay. Then, you know, fair point. I can't really argue much with that. Certainly helps me get my 2 liters in. I definitely don't. But 2 liters of coffee? 2 liters of cold, old coffee? Easy peasy. No, I actually need to drink more water. Usually what I end up doing is that I try to catch up on my water consumption, like at the end of the evening. Like usually what I do is that I down 1.5 glasses of water when I wake up, and then I down like 2 glasses of water before I go to sleep, and then I barely drink any water during the day. That's like my normal go-to strategy. Probably not the best one, if we're being honest, but that's kind of my usual habit, not gonna lie. Okay, if final room is completed, then publish victory event. And otherwise, what do we do? I mean, we don't do anything. We just do... No, we set the room. That's what we do. If that's not the case, then we set new room. And now we just need to move this other stuff. Where was that? It's in the game manager? Yeah. So the inventory manager needs to subscribe to that one as well, because we want to hide the inventory when you finish a room. So if you wouldn't mind subscribing to the room complete event on room completed, and then also unsubscribing. Then we'll just do a little private void on room completed, room complete event. Why do I need this? I don't know what this does, since I don't actually use it, but I need this reference for this to work. The glass told me everything I need to know about your hydration habits. Oh shit. I used to drink quite a lot out of a... Oh, you know what I actually drink the most out of? You know what? You know what? To be fair, I usually don't drink out of glasses at all. This is what I usually drink out of. A SodaStream bottle. Because, to be fair, most of the time, I just make a little bit of sparkling water because I'm fancy like that. You know? And usually I'm too lazy to actually get a glass, so not gonna lie, most of the time I just drink straight out of the SodaStream bottle. That's actually what I do when I drink water, which isn't super often. Definitely not often enough. So let's see, inventory manager, what are you supposed to do? You're supposed to hide the inventory. So then we just call show inventory false. Is there a way to like close all of these if you want to, like in one go? Does anyone know if that's possible? Just out of curiosity, just if you start having like really long scripts, it might be easier to find what you're looking for if you're looking for like a specific method by just like collapsing all of them at once. Is there a way to do that? Visual Studio, collapse all methods. Control plus M plus O. Control M O. Oh yeah, look at that. You actually can. Interesting. Don't know if I'm gonna use it, but maybe. Okay, and then the flashlight also needs to subscribe to this. Which I don't think this flashlight actually subscribes to anything yet, does he? No, it does, okay. So now subscribe to the room complete event on room completed. And then we unsubscribe. Now we just have to make sure that we actually have this method. So let's do a private void on room completed, room complete event, room complete event. And then what we should do is this. Should toggle the flashlight off and then equip the flashlight. Because it looks cool. Now, Game Manager, you don't need this one, but you have a reference from where? Oh, is that the... Yeah, that's the old escape object. That's fine. So we can remove this one. And we're gonna get an error, pictures of this. And that is fine. We're just gonna comment you out. Which is you are an old object that we no longer use. Okay, that should basically be decoupled. Now, what do we do? We were making prefabs. Maybe we should check if this works first. We should be able to go to the next room now. Okay, we didn't get the next room. But other than that, it seems fine. So I assume that's because the room manager... Okay, let's change that to... Why did that not work? Huh. Why did we not get the second room? That's interesting. Because this is a prefab, that should be fine. Wait, what? Oh. Just I don't think I can set this one, because that one will be destroyed. Oh, is it... No. Huh. That's weird. Have I changed something here? Where is my room manager? Uncompleted. We know this one was called, because otherwise we would not have gotten the flashlight animation. Checks if the final room is finished. That's not supposed to be the case since we had another room in the list. If final room finished, then we do the victory event. That should not have happened, so we should have called set new room, which publishes the new room event. Ah, that's interesting. So I have one event for room completed and one event for new room. Did those not pretty much happen at the same time? Oh, but they are different, because the first time you enter the game, you will only call the new room one, not the room completed one. But yes, that's fine. We might want those to be separated. That destroys all of these. And then room, new room is equal to room's current room ID. It should be 1. Instantiate the new room dot objects prefab. So look here. Objects prefab is a thing. Objects prefab was that one. Why did I not get instantiated? Hey, Chap and Luke Harkness with yet another subscription, 2 months in a row.
I was just thinking of you yesterday.
Oh, cheers, man. Thank you. Thank you so much for subscribing, man. I really do appreciate it. How are you doing, Chap and Luke? Welcome in. Thank you so much for that subscription, man. I really do appreciate it. Doing well, just started work for the day. Nice, man. Ah, look at that, new sub badge as well. GG. Yeah, we just got back here. This is the first stream in like a week since I was on a little vacation over to Ireland for a week. And now we are back at it again. Thank you once again, man. Big up, yo. Was Ireland nice? It was really nice actually. Had pretty good luck with the weather and, you know, had some Irish whiskey, some really nice food. Basically just spent a week exploring Dublin pretty much. I liked it, it was good. Surprised at the amount of Brazilians. There were a lot of Brazilians in Ireland, I did not know about that. We ate at like a Portuguese cafe, Brazilian cafe kind of thing. Had some South Indian food that was really banging. Basically ate everything except for Irish food. Whoops. But yeah, no, Ireland was really good. I do like the fact that Dublin is, you know, it's an international city, which I quite enjoy that, you know, as someone who has a bit of an interest in other cultures and stuff. I do like seeing that type of variety. So yeah, I enjoyed it. It was good. Why does this not work? Okay, what exactly happens here? Oh, it's turned off. Yeah, that's the issue. Okay, never mind. Then it actually does work. I've just messed up the saving of this prefab. But here it says it's on. I don't understand that. That's a little bit weird. But okay, I think that might be one of those issues that I don't really have to think too much about. But I can't instantiate this one, right? Since that's not a prefab. This I think would actually not work. Until I make it a prefab. Which obviously it's supposed to be a prefab at some point, but... Room 1 clone. No, it actually... Oh, look at that. It actually kind of creates its own prefab out of that game object. That's pretty dope. But it's also... Is it also disabled? It is. Why? Why does it get instantiated? Oh, that's creepy. set to off. It gets instantiated in a like disabled state. Oh, because this one was disabled. That made sense, you know? That kinda made sense. But once again, that's not really an issue I have to fix, because this is going to be a prefab at some point. So I think let's continue with what we were doing, making these into prefabs. Did we get all of them? Let's make the monster into a prefab as well. Oh, we also have to... Did we remove the Singleton from the monster? Yeah, we did. Okay, good, good, good. Prefabs, objects, new objects. We want the crate to be here. Table lamp broken. Wait, wall shelf? Oh, it's that one, okay. Yeah, sure. And the big clock. Let's make everything into prefabs. Why not? If we want to move it to a new room or something, it's easier if it is a prefab. Now, we should be able to start fixing this room. So for example, we can take this vent and put it here. And we can remove this old one. Boom. Because now this one should be fully functioning. However, I think I still want to unpack it, since as long as this is a prefab, I can't place a new object inside of it, can I? Not without changing the prefab, I'm quite sure. Because what do we want to be inside of this one? It's the door key. So if we go to collectibles and we take the door key, I can't place this one. Oh, I can place you here, but you would end up in front of it, right? Yes. And that's an issue. But I think if I try to move you, it's gonna say I have to open the prefab, which I don't want. So what we're gonna do is unpack this, put this one behind the closed vent. Then I guess we put you like here, maybe? Yeah, I think that was where it was before. If I'm not mistaken. Boom. Now we should have a functioning vent. What else? Otherwise it's... The box is also a prefab that we have. So if we take new objects box, let's put this one here. And move you over here. We are going to swap your scale to -1 on the x-axis. We're gonna put you right about here. Something looks off. Why is that? Huh. Oh, was the other one... Oh, the other one wasn't placed perfectly, that's why. I see. I see the issue. I had misplaced the old box. The only difference here is that we have a screwdriver inside of it, so let's unpack this one. Move the screwdriver. Oh wait, I don't want to unpack the screwdriver though. That can still be a... Ah shit, okay. What's up, Omni Digital Tech? How you doing? Welcome in. Are you using Pixel Perfect? I am not, actually. You can set your snapping so that you don't have to mess around with alignments. Ooh, can I actually? Wait, where do I do that? Is it here? Should be, it will make your life much easier. Yeah, it does sound... Wait, this looks like a snapping thing, doesn't it? Increment snapping. Oh, it's a plugin. Oh, I see. Yeah, I definitely should be using that. To be fair, it's relatively easy since I have my low resolution scale. I know that... I wonder how that's gonna work though. If there's... I assume the plugin fixes that as well. Because now, depending on if the object is a... You know, a row or column of like a even amount or uneven amount of pixels, it will always be a perfectly round number or a half number. So that's kind of like, usually what I do is I place it and then I round it to whatever it's supposed to be. But if I have something that automatically nudges it in the correct direction, then that is definitely easier, as you said. And you can say you're snapping, but if you're not using Pixel Perfect, you will get some graphic issues. You'll nudge the pixels in the right place, even if they are slightly off. Oh, I see. Because I know you can do like a Pixel Perfect camera as well. I'm not sure I'm as interested in having a Pixel Perfect camera per se, because that can mess up the if I have a moving animation a little bit. I don't... It's more so just when I'm placing stuff that it would be really nice. But this is like increment snapping, so could I not... Even if I just have this snap to 0.5, that would make my life a lot easier. Is that gonna work? Let's have a look. So this is the old box, let's remove that one. Let's open this box, which looks a little bit weird. No, that does not snap. Okay, maybe that was not the setting I was looking for. So I think one pixel is actually like 0.33, but that might only be with Pixel Perfect. Yeah, I think that depends on your resolution as well. Which is right now 1 pixel for me, since my game is downscaled, is pretty much 1 pixel here. However, since if it's an uneven amount of pixels, it actually needs to be placed by half one. You need to turn on snapping by clicking the magnet icon at the top. This one is like disabled for some reason. That's one you mean. Huh. Does default snapping work with canvas element also? Ooh, I don't know. Yeah, I see this one, but I can't actually... It seems like disabled for me. Why is that? Toggle grid snapping on and off. Available when you set tool handle rotation to global. Ah. Oh, there we go. Oh wait, no, okay, that's way too big. But we're getting there. Okay, so this does not conform to the same one as I have here then. Yeah, nice indeed. Welcome to the new world. Yeah, this is going to make my life so much easier. Grid size. So wait, if we... Just if it is 0, then it won't snap at all, will it? Oh, it actually does. Okay. Huh. 0.25, let's try it. Still... So... Oh, does this go by my resolution set here maybe? What happens if I would downscale to native resolution? What happens? No, that's the same, isn't it? Or did it change? Okay. So I'm wondering why... The thing that's interesting here is the fact that these numbers here in like the transform and stuff for the position is pixel perfect for my thingy, you know. Oh, is it because it's global maybe? Oh, okay. I see, yeah, that might be it. Okay, so then if yours 25, it might be that you have a bigger canvas than I do, right? So let's do 12.5 maybe. That's still too much. Whoops. Okay, did I think my math was wrong here. It should be something even, right? As in like 0.25. So 25%. That would be... half of that is 12.5%. Half of that would be 6.25. Oh, I thought I was gonna... Because this is just slightly off. Oh, but now... Oh wait, this is the... Oh wait, let's do 0.05. And then I just need to make sure that this is set correctly from the start now. Parts. I am so confused. You're snapping in a global Euler space. No idea what that means, but yeah, I think I get the gist of it. Like I'm not actually snapping to these specific settings, but I need to make sure that this aligns with those settings. Now. It's like slightly off. Yeah. Is this gonna work when I have both uneven and even number of pixels on my objects? But here it looks like, here it lines up perfectly. And there, it's slightly off. I also don't want to go actually full pixel, I would like to go half a pixel. I think. Even though that doesn't make full sense. But if I go half a pixel, that would make it so that I know that both even and uneven ones will end up looking good. That's close. Wait, did I want less or more? I want more, I think. I feel like this should be more intuitive than it is. I mean, this is close, but it's not right. The thing is that if this is a little bit off, that's kind of worse. Should we ChatGPT this? I don't know what exactly... What are the factors here? If it's a global space. If I want my objects in Unity to snap to a pixel grid. What should the grid size be set to if, I don't know if this matters, but if my native resolution is, what's my native resolution? It's like 320 times 180. So it's a Unity units, meters basically. Yeah, I assume, it seems that this is snapping to some more like global variable rather than something in my actual scene, it seems like. Which is for me like, here, 1 unit is 1 pixel. Like if I move this 1 unit down, or up rather, that's 1 full pixel up. So that's why I thought that the grid should be 1-to-1, but that does not seem to be the case. See what ChatGPT says. To ensure your object snap correctly to a pixel grid for a native resolution of 320/180, you need to set the grid size to match the pixel size in your game's world units. Here's how you determine it. Unity's default pixels per unit. By default, Unity assumes 100 pixels per world unit for sprites. Adjust your pixel perfect unit. Oh wait, is this because... Huh. You see, I have reference resolution 320 times 180. But here, reference pixels per unit. I'll set it to 100. But if I change this, what happens if I set this to 1? Is that not gonna like mess this up now? No? Okay, so did that change this anything? No, that looks to be the same. Oh, this is interesting. Where do I... world to pixel ratio. So yeah, if you use 16 times 16, it would have been 0.0625, which is what I tried. Where do I find my PPU value? Oh, in my sprite import settings. Oh, okay, I'm warily become a source of body. I challenge thee, heed my quest. Take your own great care in the night. Fare thee well. Thank you very much for dropping by, Mialitri. I assume it's time for you to get some rest. Unity units are meters, Unreal uses centimeters. I have no idea. So what, this is the same... I have to change my import settings. I mean, it would be easy for my main objects, since those are basically all on the same script, or same canvas, sprite, atlas, whatever. Art, and then we have objects. Yeah, here we are, pixels per unit, 100. What happens if I change this to 1? Apply. Well, my cursor became fucking massive. The other stuff seems fine. Okay, we take the box. What do I have it set to now? Let's try this one. Still not right, it's too high. So I would basically like this to snap by 0.5 here. I'm so confused. Why can this not just use the same as my project settings kind of thing? I mean, I suppose it does, just that it's not the settings I expected it to be. Because this would be so fucking nice if we get it to work. But now also my cursor became fucking massive. I mean, theoretically though, even if I don't set this to be the correct thing, I should still be able to get it to work, right? Like, even if this is set to 100. Like, some number should line up with my pixels, right? Even if I keep these pixels per unit the same. Because I don't know exactly what you mean by how many pixels in the sprite correspond to 1 unit in the world. But this is a sprite atlas, so that's a little bit weird to think about. What happens if I make my sprite atlas bigger? Is that then gonna change how the grid works? No, it wouldn't. No, that would still be the same. Huh. What's in the box in this one? That is a whole lot of nothing. That's just an excuse to be able to put stuff higher up in the box. So I just made like a random bit of something in it. Just then, the reason why I did so, it was empty from the beginning, but then I can't place objects as neatly in them. So if we look at, let's see, collectibles, we should have a screwdriver, which should be in this box. What's the box? Here it is. Boom, boom, boom. Because basically, if this was empty, I would have to put the screwdriver like here, because this would be the bottom of the box, which doesn't make full sense. So, why is your scale off? What the fuck? Oh, is this because I changed my camera setting? Wait, was it not the camera? No, it was my... I'm so confused. My canvas, here. Let's put this to 100 again, I think that was the issue. And then we set you to native size. Yeah. Because now I can place that on top of the rubbish in the box. So that's basically the purpose. I think this is the wrong sprite though. Did I not change this one? Screw... Might want to use this one instead. Yeah, I think this is the one I actually used, isn't it? Boom, and then we're just gonna rotate you. I don't remember how this one was placed. Is this not the sprite I was using? This looks off. But wait, I can look in the other one, right? If we turn off this room and we turn on this room, and then we open this one. Ah, shit. I changed the prefab. Boom, canvas, 100. Now let's check how it looks in the other room. Actually don't remember how I placed that one. Boom, open up this one. Okay, now we did use the bigger sprite. We did. It looks a little bit off. I might want to redo this at some point, but it's fine for now. So yeah, even in the first room we have that, because that's technically just an empty box. But the reason I wanted to add something is just to have... I don't know. It's a big load on nothing, to be honest. It makes more sense when you try to place like a small object in it, since you don't actually have to place it on the ground in the box, which would be the case otherwise. Snapping, that's what we were doing. It would be really nice if we could get this to work. Wait, is it not easier if I just... What if we place the box in the middle of the room, because I assume that's where it snaps from. Assumption. Because then we would want one of these to go 0.5, right? Now we go... I'm so confused. So this is almost full pixels, it's a little bit off. So that means I want way less if I want to do half pixels. You also have this increment snapping. A grid snapping and increment snapping. Don't know what the difference is. Oh yeah, that's the thing. I would like this to be set to local, right? Because then I probably do use this stuff. But if I use local, I can't actually have this snapping working. And this did not seem to do anything, did it? Yeah, just here there's still no snapping. I am confused. But before we fix this, I think I need to take a little bit of a dinner break and then we'll see if we can get this to work, otherwise I might have to skip it. It has been working so far the way I've been doing it, but it definitely would be a little bit easier if we had some actual pixel snapping here. But I am not 100% sure how to make this work. Then it's barely 10 AM here, it is 5 PM here. So I'm a bit ahead of ya. I am a bit ahead of ya. But yeah, I will be back in like, I don't know, maybe 30 minutes or something. 20-30 minutes, something like that, we'll see. But until then, have a good one y'all, and I'll see you soon. Peace. Let's see, Q, was that the lasso tool? Oh, that's so smart. Do you know why Q is the lasso tool shortcut? Because Q kind of looks like a lasso. Maybe something involving water. Maybe something involving a fireplace. Oh, we really went for like the elements here. So maybe we should do something that's in like earth or dirt. And maybe something that involves air. But then the Fire Nation came. This is from now on how we are always going to speak. With that perfect Swedish accent. Yeah, it's very horrible. It's very horrible. I'm surprised though, we only lost like 2 viewers doing that. Tip, you're only safe in the dark. I kinda like this. I kinda like this. You cannot refund if you skip the tutorial. Yeah. Maybe we should do that. Like. Nah, I can't do it. It would be funny though. It would be pretty funny. Tip, learn to read. Let's see, Q, was that the lasso tool? Oh, that's so smart. Do you know why Q is the lasso tool shortcut? Because Q kind of looks like a lasso. If we are gonna talk about overrated stuff, don't fucking bring coffee into this. Chocolate is the most fucking overrated piece of shit ever. Like, it's not bad, but it's not really that good. It just isn't. Like, I am 100% serious. I don't think chocolate is that nice. I can eat it. It can be nice, but it's not that. People make chocolate into way too big of a deal. That's my fucking unpopular take. Chocolate, talk about fucking overrated shit. I don't care for it either. Thank you, Raka. Finally, it's so rarely I meet someone on my side. I feel like everyone has fallen for fucking the propaganda of big chocolate, and like I just don't get it. Oh wait, there's a circle on the orange one. I think that was the one. So now we put this one. I was just gonna look and see if it went to the right place. Ah, shit. I forgot I made him active. Sorry about that one. That did get me a little bit. This is from now on how we are always going to speak. With that perfect Swedish accent. Yeah, it's pretty horrible. It's pretty horrible. I'm surprised though, we only lost like 2 viewers doing that. Yeah, no, I just keep him like that, and then we do this. Break the rules in test chamber 7, that was an achievement. GG! Okay, it did work. It was a little bit tricky.
I think that one was about to say, I love you. They are sentient, of course. We just have a lot of them.
You fucking piece of shit. That is outrageous. That's absolutely outrageous. After all of that time. Fuck you. Oh wait, there's a circle on the orange one. I think that was the one. So now we put this one. I was just gonna look and see if it went to the right place. Ah, shit. Go down. Walk away. That was a misclick. Fuck. I did not mean to do that. Fucking hell, I come from the country of IKEA. I should know furniture like no one else. Let's save this and see if we have any errors going on. It seems good. Holy shit. Am I actually becoming a coder? No, because half the shit I did was taken from ChatGPT. Oh wait, that actually means I'm a professional coder. Tip, you're only safe in the dark. I kinda like this. I kinda like this. You cannot refund if you skip the tutorial. Yeah. Maybe we should do that. Like. Nah, I can't do it. It would be funny though. It would be pretty funny. Tip, learn to read. How is it so far in the struggle? So we keep speedrunning? I'm half speedrunning. There has been a little bit of struggle, not gonna lie. But so far not too... Oh no. Oh no, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead. So yeah, not really any struggles at all. It has gone completely smooth, I haven't died once, everything is working phenomenally. You know how Americans, they have like soft T's and then they pronounce their R's, so they go like water, water, you know? Whereas like the British, they tend to have either hard T's or they do like the glottal T. So but then they do a schwa instead of pronouncing the R. So they say water or they say water. Whereas the Australians are kind of in the middle, aren't they? Because they take like the soft D's from Americans, but they don't pronounce R's. They also say schwa like the Brits. So rather than saying like water or water, they say water, water, isn't it? Oh, you fucking cunt, give me some water. What you're doing is having multiple methods with the same name and a different variable called overload. So I can do this with any type of method, right? Yeah, but just this is even how Unity's built-in methods work. Like, if we look at... Oh my god, I just realized this is overloading. If we look at instantiate, if I only put in one parameter, that's an object. If I do two, it's an object and a transform. This is overloading the instantiate method. I get it. I actually get it. So which means that I can do this to any method I create if I want to. If I wanted to like behave differently depending on the parameters that I give it. That is very useful. That is very, very useful. Let's see, Q, was that the lasso tool? Oh, that's so smart. Do you know why Q is the lasso tool shortcut? Because Q kind of looks like a lasso. Do you guys want to know something fun? This is a bit awkward. Do you know what I use as a secondary light when I'm streaming? Because I don't have one of those fancy ring lights or whatever the fuck that everyone on TikTok uses. You know what I do? Look, I'm a bit too dark now. What I do is that I literally open Wikipedia on one of my monitors. Completely white page, lighting up my face. Genius. If it works, it's not broken. It's so fucking scuffed though. It's actually scuffed. But that is legitimately when I look at my cam and I go, yeah, I don't have that good lighting, do I? I just open Wikipedia. That's my literal strategy. You need a celebratory sound effect in your... Wait. Hey, we got stuff. We got stuff. You don't think I got fucking sound effects here? You don't think we got a full-on fucking soundboard? Of course we do. Of course we do. This is the Mad Sherpa channel. We got fucking sound effects for days. Full-on soundboard, fam.
That's what it says. A horrible person. We weren't even testing for that.
This is getting a bit out of hand, don't you think? Like, we both did stuff we regret, maybe. Can we settle at some kind of in-between here?
Don't let that horrible person thing discourage you. It's just a data point. If it makes you feel any better, science has now validated your birth mother's decision to abandon you on a doorstep.
Oh, that's brutal. That kinda hurt, fam. Control KC. to comment out everything at once. Before, I would comment out every single line, line by line, because I didn't know how else to do it. And it hurts me to think about. This is the kind of stuff I have nightmares about. I do, I truly do. This is what keeps me up at night. Now, if you turn up the brightness, you would only affect the flashlight and his eyes. I'm quite sure. Those red eyes are super, yeah, I like him. Oh! Sorry about that one. Sorry about that one. Hey, I have given quite a few disclaimers today. We are working on a horror game. There is going to be accidental jump scares every now and then. It's kind of inevitable. All of these functions will actually be called from within the specific script, which is how it's supposed to be. Because that script will just subscribe to the onObjective completed, and when the room manager notices that onObjective completed is called, that's when you fire off the set new room. Encapsulation, it's all cohesive, it's coherent, it makes more sense, it's logical. This is chaotic. This is chaos. This is not how you're supposed to do it. This is how I do it, because it's easy, but it's not good. I do, however, think I am gonna need a quick little dinner break here, because we've been up for like 5 hours. No break? What do you mean no break? Fam, I stream for like 8 to 10 hours a day. We can complete it in 15 minutes. Agree? Oh, holy shit. Okay. I'm actually forced to stay here by my own chat. And you know what? I'm gonna fall for it. One, two, three, four. Come on. I got distracted. Oh shit. Favor composition over inheritance is what people say, isn't it? Right now we go full on deep in inheritance. We are swimming in inheritance. This is like, if you thought like that Alabama had a lot of incest, look at my scripts. This is, people are inheriting from each other left and right. This is chaos. That's what this is. How many team members right now? Just me, I suppose. Unless someone doxes my GitHub thing, and that would be funny. Imagine if I accidentally leak my key, someone gets access to my GitHub, and all they actually do is go in and fix stuff I've fucked up. That would actually be funny. Like all of a sudden I go in and see, what the fuck, all my code has changed, and it's just a better version of my code. Horizontal moving, vertical rotation. Yeah, I think that would probably be the best of both worlds to really get both the... Fuck! Okay, I am not hyped to add sound effects. I'm gonna start shitting myself playing this game. Oh, dude. That one actually got me a bit, not gonna lie. That actually got me a little bit. I hate horror games. Me too, man. Me too. That's the ironic thing.
Option A, sit here, do nothing. Option B, go through there, and if she's alive, she'll almost certainly kill us. So, if you've got any reservations whatsoever about this plan, now would be a tremendous time to voice them. Right now.
You know, your voice is kind of smooth.
In case you thought to yourself, I've missed the window of time to voice my reservations. Still open.
This is a pretty nice view. We might just sit here and chill for a bit. So yeah, do you call me often? No? Okay, not one for small talk. You know what? This is slightly socially awkward. I might rather die. I might rather die actually. Let's keep on going. Human limits sounds like Doomsday AI Skynet shit. Yeah, pretty much. I guess they do something like if it's gonna be something like if humans is greater than the human limit, then destroy world. They had some big menu on the outside and I started looking and all I saw was cachorro, which I only knew that word as dog and I was like, this is so confusing. There's no way they're eating dogs down in Portugal. So I ended up having to I started asking one of the guys outside being like, hey, and so I started speaking to him in Portuguese and I was like, what does this mean? I am a bit confused. What do they mean? Cachorro? They don't serve fucking dogs here. And then obviously it was fucking hot dogs. They just used a similar expression to English, which I for some reason had tunnel vision and didn't think about. And oh dude, I felt so fucking embarrassed when I walked away from that. We need to turn off next player. There we go. That was the issue. Because now it doesn't matter if you turn this on, since the parent is disabled. Dude, sometimes code lingo can sound very fucking weird. I just said that the parent is disabled. That, to be clear, that means something else in code than it does in normal life. What's a grabbing Valve hitbox? Let's not talk about it. We have talked enough about hitboxes. Let's continue with the video. We have talked enough about hitboxes for today. let's continue this little reaction to the video here. It literally is in the title. I am developing horror games, so you can't expect to not see some scary elements if I'm doing a horror game. That one did get me a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. That one, I was not fully prepared for that one. It got me a little bit. That's the nice thing about coding, that at least now, when I'm starting to get a little bit into it, I actually kind of understand the errors I get and what the issue is. Whereas I remember in the beginning, I would get errors trying to, there's a message with it. It's trying to tell you what the issue is. I wouldn't actually understand what it was trying to tell me. So I could spend ages trying to fix a problem when I had no hint at all to what the problem actually was. Because I didn't understand the fucking lingo. They're like, oh, we have a null exception reference. And I'm like, fam, what the fuck is a null exception reference? I don't fucking know. I've been coding for 2 days, fam. So at least now I can say that it's starting to get a little bit easier that way. Maybe we'll end up having multiplayer at some point too. We make a Shroud of Gloom Battle Royale edition. You just plop down like 50 people in the room at once, and all the people who get caught by the monster get like kicked off until there's only one left. It's just 50 people never turning on the flashlights. So Mad Sharpie, how has things changed since winning all the categories in the game jam? It has changed mainly with me having a slightly bigger ego, probably. No, but it was very fun to see. I'm very happy. I did put in a lot of effort into this game jam. To be fair, I basically put in full-time working hours, you know. So it was very fun to see. Other than that, I guess I'm just more excited to make this into a full product. Maybe something involving water. Maybe something involving a fireplace. Oh, we really went for like the elements here. So maybe we should do something that's in like earth or dirt. And maybe something that involves air. But then the Fire Nation came. If we are gonna talk about overrated stuff, don't fucking bring coffee into this. Chocolate is the most fucking overrated piece of shit ever. Like, it's not bad, but it's not really that good. It just isn't. Like, I am 100% serious. I don't think chocolate is that nice. I can eat it. It can be nice, but it's not that. People make chocolate into way too big of a deal. That's my fucking unpopular take. Chocolate, talk about fucking overrated shit. I don't care for it either. Thank you, Raka. Finally, it's so rarely I meet someone on my side. I feel like everyone has fallen for fucking the propaganda of big chocolate, and like I just don't get it. Yeah, no, I just keep them like that, and then we do this. Break the rules in test chamber 7. That was an achievement. GG! Okay, it did work. It was a little bit tricky.
I think that one was about to say, I love you. They are sentient, of course. We just have a lot of them.
You fucking piece of shit. That is outrageous. That's absolutely outrageous. After all of that time, fuck you. Human limits sounds like Doomsday AI Skynet shit. Yeah, pretty much. I guess they do something like if it's gonna be something like if humans is greater than the human limit, then destroy world. This is from now on how we are always going to speak. With that perfect Swedish accent. Yeah, it's very horrible. It's very horrible. I'm surprised that we only lost like 2 viewers doing that. Go down. Walk away. That was a misclick. Fuck. I did not mean to do that. What you're doing is having multiple methods with the same name and a different variable called overload. So I can do this with any type of method, right? Yeah, because this is even how Unity's built-in methods work. Like, if we look at... Oh my god, I just realized this is overloading. If we look at instantiate, if I only put in one parameter, that's an object. If I do two, it's an object and a transform. This is overloading the instantiate method. I get it. I actually get it. So which means that I can do this to any method I create if I want to. If I wanted to like behave differently depending on the parameters that I give it. That is very useful. That is very, very useful. Yo, yo, yo. we are back. How you doing, people? Should we see if we can get this snapping thing to work? I did realize I am gonna have to create a little bit earlier today, but we'll keep going for a bit at least. Too many breaks? You just got back from a break? What do you mean too many breaks? Fam, I've had like one break. Kinda, if you don't count the 30-second break to reheat my coffee. Other than that, fam, barely no breaks. I feel this is outrageous. I've seen 3 be right back screens. Yeah, maybe true, but let's be honest here, like 2 of those were for like 30 seconds. I feel like we're taking this a little bit too far now. Those are not like breaks, those are more like very tiny intermissions that don't count as a break. Was this, I would argue, this was a break. The other ones are not really a break. Close, but not really. You lost the grind in Ireland. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. I've become too lazy now after having some time off. It's all gonna go downhill from here, man. This is pretty close. But then it starts getting... But here, I don't understand this. Am I doing... Let's see, 2.5, 1.4. So that's too far, because I do think I need half increments. But I don't know if this is worth it. I feel like this is... I need to figure out how to actually do this. Just this makes... It makes no sense in my head. Okay, fuck it. I might look into that later and see if I can get it working, but for now I think I'm gonna leave it. Because we do kind of have snapping, we just have a bit more of a manual snapping, one should say. Where what we do is that we sort of place it where we want it, and then we just make sure that we round these to whole and half numbers, and boom. That's pixel perfect. That looks odd though. That does look a little bit odd. I think I had it more like here before. It is being cut off a little bit here. I don't know if I should divide this table up. To be fair, we could also just say fuck it and place the box here. No, because then the perspective is wrong. So that doesn't work. Oh shit, I did something bad as well. I started rewatching Breaking Bad. And I got instantly hooked again. It's a very fucking good show though, let's be honest. That still looks very weird. Okay, let's do this for now, and then... This is the new box, right? But I hope so. Yeah, it is. That is fine. So basically what we want to do is make sure that these other objects are working. I don't know if the PC worked as good as I thought, because I mean, I get it, but a lot of people seem to think that the PC actually does work, since, you know, you get this password note, which is just a little fun detail. But then I feel like the main issue here is the fact that when people click on a PC, my idea was that the PC gives you like a blue screen, basically to signal that, you know, it's a blue screen, the PC doesn't work. But a lot of people retry a lot. Like, keep trying to click it to see if they can get it to work. So I feel like that might not have been as clear as I thought it would be, so I don't know, maybe if we should make some type of change to that. For now, I think I'm just gonna make this work, and then we'll see if we can reiterate on it later. See, open door, that means that... Oh, where's the closed door then? Oh, here it is. This one should just open and close, meaning that you should be interactable. Raycast alpha pixels? No, that's fine. And then we're gonna add a... Gonna play sound on click, which is going to be cabinet open. We are going to... we're going to switch object on click. The new object is of course going to be the open door. We need a delay? I don't think we need a delay. And then the open door is going to be basically the complete opposite. So we're gonna make interactable. Play sound on click. This is going to be cabinet close. We are going to switch object on click. And of course the new one will be the close door. Now that should be working. Yes, indeed. And then we also have this floppy disk, which those I think we're gonna need to rework how they actually function, right? Yeah, just this is the old stuff. So what I think we're gonna do is... You know what, let's just copy this. We're gonna remove this, we're gonna make this interactable. Raycast alpha pixels? Sure. Sure thing. And then... I think we're gonna make a new one. Do I not have like destroy on click? Yeah. Let's add one of those, as well as save checkpoint on click. So then we could use this one if we want on like escape objects. So when you click escape, we set the checkpoint to be the next room. If we want to make like an easier difficulty setting or whatever. Let's see. Save checkpoint on click. You are going to do this. Here we check if this is the current, if we are in the current room. If the ID of this checkpoint is the same as the current room, then destroy it. Otherwise, when you click it, we call set new checkpoint. So I wonder if this should be changed as well then. Rather than calling the instance, we should probably have a event here, right? To save the checkpoint. So new room event, room complete event, and then we just do a public class new checkpoint event. Which means that this one is going to be called from the floppy disk, meaning that the room manager should actually subscribe to this event. So new checkpoint event on new checkpoint. We're gonna unsubscribe. I'll make a private void on new checkpoint. New checkpoint. Then we're gonna move this over here. Now we can delete this. Now we're gonna get a few errors, I assume. And now instead of calling this function, we are just going to say something like, well, we're gonna publish the event, which is going to be a new checkpoint event. A new checkpoint event. Interesting. Could have probably just called that checkpoint event. Save checkpoint on click. No suitable method found to override. Oh. Right. Which is what we need to do, is we need to implement the left clickable, and then we're going to call this void left clickable dot click. Really think I should change the names of these. Because technically these... What the fuck? What happened here? Event bus dot publish new and... Oh, I see. Yeah, I think we should change the name of this, just technically it's weird calling it left clickable. It makes sense because it's when you left click on an object that these get called, but I feel like something like interactable would make more sense, and then have like an interact function. I wonder, can I oh whoops, can I rename you from here? Oh yeah, I actually can. So then, theoretically, we could just call this interactable. This would be the interactable interface. Let's see, is that gonna break my game? Seems fine. And then we are going to do what? I would probably like to change this as well. Is that gonna work? 20 references in 20 files. That sounds about right. So what if we call this interactable.interact? I feel like that makes way more sense. Because this is like an interaction rather than a on-click function. Why did these not update? Item interactions. Object successful clickables. Successful interactions. Interaction successful, checks that. If that's fine, then you interact. Then you do variable interactable in successful interactions. If it's a game object, do this, and then for the variable I, okay, I can't rename that one for some reason. So we're just gonna do interact. Case I interactable. Interact. So that one updated, but these didn't. Why? For I in game object. Right, let's save this and see if it works. I think there might have been something weird with the whole getting the component here. Yeah, that seems fine. So now on the floppy disk. Yeah, this should be all I need. That should be fine. Oh yeah, and then the disk itself actually has to be interactable as well. But I think we are not going to highlight it, and we are not going to do anything. But the reason it has to be highlighted is because that is what makes, or it has to be interactable, is because that gives it this like non or grayish filter on it, so that the other interactable objects actually stand out a little bit more. Which is pretty neato. That looks weird, it's fine. Jack in the box. Should we fix this one maybe? So the closed one, you are going to be interactable. We don't need to raycast alpha pixels, that's fine. We are going to switch object on click. We are going to... Oh shit, what sound effects did I use here? Did I use multiple or just one? No, I think there's only one. I think we have a specific sound effect for this one. And then we'll also alert the monster. Let's see if I can find the sound effect. System, audio system. Here somewhere. Yeah, Jack in the box. That is a sound effect. So on click, play the Jack in the box sound effect, alert the monster and switch to this object. Don't think I need a delay. And then this little bugger, the open version, you should be interactable, but all you should do is play a generic sound effect on click and that should be fine. Okay, the table needs to be interactable as well. Bum 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 bum. Let's do... Did we highlight the table in the other room? I actually think we did, so in that case maybe we should do so here as well. But absolutely do not raycast the alpha pixels. Let's have a look. Oh no, now you can see that the table is actually in front of the box there. That's a little bit annoying. But they also can't highlight the table. Why is that? Table, highlight object, yes. Deselect item, yes. Raycast alpha pixels, no. Place sound on click. Huh. Oh, you're not a raycast target. That makes sense. There we go. Okay, the easy way to solve this, the easiest way to solve this is to just say fuck off to this box and move it over here instead. Gonna have to change that later on because I think this box is in like the same exact placement in the first room. That feels a little bit cheap. But we're probably gonna make some changes to these rooms anyway, so it's fine. Let's just do this for now, and then do need the PC to work? Do we? I'm not sure I'm gonna keep the PC with the same behavior. Might as well see if we can get it to work with the new stuff. So here we have a temporary activate other object. And this is the PC hitbox. Oh, is the entire PC setup just one object? That is a little bit annoying. Yeah, I'm gonna need to divide those up. Because I can't use hitboxes like this anymore with the new interaction system, since that is what gives this little glitch here, which looks a little bit shite. Okay, for now, let's just make the entire PC just play a generic sound effect. Because that means that we can remove the PC hitbox. And at least it should look fine. We do need the sticky note to work, which means that you should be interactable as well. You should have a collect item on click. That item is going to be sticky note. Oh, since the sticky note is a child object of the PC, we actually highlight both of them when you're holding on the note. In that case, the sticky note you should be here instead, and that should be fixed. There we go. Huh. Infinite hammer glitch. Speedrun strats. Inventory manager 77. Oh, why is that one being trolled? That can't be right. Remove item from inventory. Oh, no, no, no. Never mind, never mind. Which transform child in blah blah. Get inventory item, not item. Oh, is it because the inspectable... Am I using some old inspectable item that technically isn't a inventory item, and that's why it can't be found? So that should be the sticking out. Let's open you up and have a look. You are a inspectable item, yeah, that inherits from collectible item. So this is not right. If I remember correctly, I think you need to be a inventory item sticking out, but then have a inspect item on click component. Fullbox with the raid, what is up, man? How you doing? Welcome in, people. You're back, indeed, indeed. How are you doing? Q Mizo, sorry if I'm butchering your name, thank you very much for that follow. DB9 Dreamer with the gigantified emote, what is up? Anonymous, holy shit, I can't speak, and you welcome, thank you for the follows. How you doing, people? How's the stream? Fullbox. Let me give a big old shout out here, man. Very nice to have ya. So we are currently working on Shroud of Gloom here, my little point and click horror game. Doing some refactoring and stuff after the game jam. So far so good. Weasel on a stick, welcome in. That's a fucking goated raid call, by the way. Customized, yo. Anonymous, you welcome. Jotsam, what's up? Welcome in, man. Pretty good, tried fixing one bug the whole stream. Oh, it was one of those, I see. Should be fixed this afternoon. Best of luck, man. Yeah, that does happen. It does happen, doesn't it? Yeah, I'm still in the mood where I'm trying to like get back into my project here, because I had like a 1 week vacation. Me and my girlfriend went to Ireland for a week. So now I'm just trying to remember what exactly I was doing on here. But so far so good. Bugs are overrated. Fair point, fair point. Part of life, yeah. Yeah, I'm surprised if I won't start getting a few bugs soon, because we have definitely started introducing a lot of new types of scripts here into the game, and so far it's gone surprisingly smooth, to be honest. But I wouldn't be surprised if I start messing the game up a little bit. Oh, this derives from inventory item, I see. So I don't need this one. We only need this one. Boom, boom. Object to inspect, that would be... Okay, wait, I don't think I need to fix that now though, do I? Let's have a look. So, if anyone hasn't seen this game before, it is basically a point-and-click puzzle horror game I've been working on. So after the game jam we started doing this little highlight system, which I'm pretty satisfied with. But yeah, like I said, I'm doing a lot of like refactoring now, so I'm basically just breaking my entire game to try and get a better foundation on it. So far so good. If anyone wants to check out the game jam version, it is currently out on itch. Fully playable. We'll see, I don't know, maybe I should try your game on Wednesday actually, because I think I'm not gonna code much this Wednesday, because I know that CodeRad is releasing the demo for his game, so I've been quite excited to try that game out. So I think we're gonna do a little, maybe we'll have a little bit of a demo testing stream on Wednesday. So I actually wouldn't be opposed to trying out your game as well, Fullbox, because like I've said before, I did wishlist it. It looks interesting. I think it seems very nice. I think I could enjoy it quite a bit. I do want to give it a go at some point. Maybe we should check if the checkpoint actually works. Go back here, make sure that the room manager is correctly set up. That seems to be the case. Oh wait, this doesn't work unless this is a prefab though, does it? Don't think it does. Okay, let's quickly make it into a prefab then, and it should be fine. Rooms, let's make a new folder, call these the old rooms, which we no longer are going to use. Gonna make a new little bugger here for the new rooms. Then we just go boom and boom. They're trying to save a prefab with a missing script. This is not allowed. Well, that's a bit mean. Never mind then, we have to finish the room first. Oh wait, I have new stuff in the game though. The demo is kind of outdated now. Okay. But you know, that's always the case. Yeah, I suppose that's true, right? I suppose that's true. Boom is boom here. Boom is the official sound effect to whatever I do in my game while developing it. Okay, so basically they're telling me I have to get rid of every missing script. That's a little bit annoying, because there might be quite a few ones in here. Let's see, that one should be fine. Table should be fine. The rug is probably not fine. The desk should be fine now. Yeah, that should be fine. The vent is fine. Okay, there actually isn't that much. Side door, you need to be reworked because this is an old script, so we're gonna make you interactable. And we're gonna make you be a escape on click, as well as we're gonna do quite a few things. We're gonna switch object on click to the no, we can't just switch object on click. And also you're not supposed to be a escape, because that means clicking the closed door would make you escape. And that's a little bit weird. That's not really what we want. What we want to do is make this a item interactable object. And then we're gonna add a few interactions here. Where the most obvious one is going to be if you use the door key, then... Oh shit, how do we do this? We do child objects. So you should have a child object called... This is the unlock interaction, and then we're gonna have a... Let's do a toast one as well. Tricky Lady, welcome in from the Foodbox raid as well. How you doing? Okay, so now we just place these interactions on these child objects instead to make it not as messy. Let's see, if you unlock it, what do? We are going to switch object to the open door. We are going to disable the closed door. And we are going to play sounds on click. Sound effects are going to be unlock heavy and door open quick. I do think we did a delay here. I don't remember what it was. Was it like 0.2 seconds or something? I think so. Gotta go grab something to eat. I'll be in and out of here. No worries, man. Once again, thank you very much for that massive raid, dude. I really do appreciate it. And enjoy your food. Okay, that should be fine. We switch the object and we play a sound effect. That is pretty much all we need to do, right? Yes, I think so. And then this should be if you use the incorrect item. Do I have a... yeah, show toast on click. And then we're gonna do... let's play sound effect as well. And I think this is going to be door yank... door yank? Is that what I call it? Let's have a look in the first room. Close the door. Door yank heavy, okay. Yeah, door yank heavy. Should be fine. Door yank heavy, and what was the toast we had? That doesn't seem to fit. Let's just copy paste this. Boom, doesn't seem to fit. So now if you use the door key, we should unlock the door. However, if you use something like in this room, at least now you would have the screwdriver. So if you use the screwdriver on the door, it is going to say that that does not fit. Otherwise, if you don't have any items selected, we need a default interaction as well, which is going to basically just play a sound effect of door yank heavy. And I think the door, if I'm not mistaken, should be fully working now. I just realized I have not done a single commit today. Okay, just clicking gives us the sound effect. If I use the screwdriver, it says that doesn't seem to fit. And if we use the key, it unlocks. Sweet! Oh, and then we need to make this into the escape object, right? Only annoying thing here is that I'm not sure that if you click on the like actual open door part of it, I'm not sure I want that to make you escape. It is how it worked before. But you could argue that it's a little bit weird, like clicking here on the handle and that makes you go out. It would feel a little bit more polished if you actually have to click here. I don't... can I be bothered right now? I don't think so. Let's just make this... just make sure that it works. Let's make it interactable. Escape on click. We don't even need the sound effect here, right? Because when we publish the room complete event, if I'm not mistaken, we're gonna play the room transition now. Oh, have we not even... Do we still do that through the game manager? Do you subscribe to... Nope. You only subscribe to Game Over. Oh, did I forget to make this work? I think I did. Yep. So here we are going to subscribe to the... No, wait, we do subscribe to the room. Uncompleted, never mind. Yeah, no, it is fine. I'm just blind. Uncompleted. We increment the current room ID. Check if it was the final room. Otherwise, set room. Yeah, that's fine. But do we play a sound effect? Yes. No. Do we? Set new room. No, we only play the sound effect on restart. So what we should do is actually move this part. And instead of playing it in both of these, we can just play it every time we set a new room. I think that should be fine. Which means that we don't need a sound effect here, all we do is escape on click. That is fine. Oh yeah, that note is too hard to pick up. We need to enable transparent pixels. Where are you? Desk with PC, sticky note, raycast alpha pixels. Yeah. Then you have a little bit of padding around it. Did I have the sound effect? Kinda breaks a little bit, that's fine. Oh, that's because we still don't have a prefab. It's okay, it's okay. Oh, technically I don't even need to try this. I don't even need to finish the room. I just need to make sure I don't have any missing scripts, right? I don't have to actually finish every single object. What we could do is just go to something like floor lamp broken. So I think you are the one that... Wait, is that the only one I have left? Oh yeah, no, and the rug. The rug and this lamp is the stuff I have not changed yet. Fruitsy Collins, how you doing? Welcome in. Nice to see ya. Should I fix this? Fuck, it's 2 items. It would be pretty quick. Let's make them work. Let's see, lamp. We have... These are the switches, right? No, these are the actual sprites. This is the switch. Okay. So, let's see, if you click on the lamp, you should be interactable. But all you should do is play a generic sound effect. Lamp on. Do you even need a script? No, I think you're fine. And the lamp switch, we are absolutely removing this spaghetti code of a class. And then, let's say switch off. You are going to have... How do we do this? We make you interactable. We raycast alpha pixels, because otherwise the hitbox is going to be absolute trash. Hi, how goes the development? It's going good, it's going good. First day back here from my vacation, so trying to continue with the refactoring. So far so good, making progress slow and steady. How you doing, Fruitsy? Have you been good? See, this one is going to switch object on click. Are you? Wait. No, you're going to switch objects on click. But we want a timer. Oh shit, how did I do it in the first room with the broken lamp? Here, light switch. What exactly do you do? Oh, activate object on click. Because then we can set a timer as well. Oh yeah, so we don't actually switch... Oh, but I need to switch my... Or can I... Object to activate temporary activation. Okay, so I need to... How do I do this? Because if I only activate this one, I don't get the neatly... Oh, like when you click this one, I want this pixel to go in like it's a small little button. Which means I actually do need to switch the object. I guess I could do something where we have like a temporary switch. Similarly to what we do with the activation one. Activate activate object on click. Oh, but then I can't turn this one off, right? Because this starts a IE numerator, and if I disable the object during that one, it's gonna get messy. Doing good, not getting enough sleep though. I know the feeling. I know the feeling. And last week, both... Well, before I went on my island trip, I kinda messed up and procrastinated packing. So I ended up packing until like 4 in the morning, and then I slept 1 hour before I had to go up and get to my bus. And then on the way back from Ireland, we had a very, very early flight. So it was basically the same thing again, where I ended up sleeping like 1 or 2 hours, you know. So I've definitely had a few sleep-deprived nights here as well. This doesn't look as good just flipping it like this. Like, it looks way better if this one actually goes, you know, it looks like it goes in. I'm not entirely sure how... I mean, I could do what I did before, which was to make this parent object a interactable item. Activate other object on click. Oh, you know what we could do? I know the lazy way of doing this. So, in a way where I don't actually have to change... where I don't have to turn off that sprite. Where is this? Here. If we just make a black pixel here, it's going to cover this pixel and make it look like the button is actually being pushed in. It's a lazy solution, but it is a solution. Because now I don't need to disable this one. All we're gonna do is temporarily activate this one. And when this one is activated, boom, it actually covers that one. Perfect. Simple solutions, we like it. Let's do 0.15 seconds maybe. So you're going to activate other objects. You know what, we want to do another one. We also want to activate the lamp on object with the same delay. Last but not least, we want to play sounds on click. What are those sounds, you ask? I don't know, I answer. We're gonna check, what did we use in the first room? I think we want to do something similar. We basically want to do the same thing as the table lamp, right? This one. Oh, did I forget to remove this? Yeah, lamp off. Oh, you actually do have a delay. A 0.05 second delay. And then what we do is play light switch small and then broken lamp with a 0.05 second delay. Okay. And we can remove this script. I don't know why you're doing that. Apply to prefab. Now we do the same thing here. We're gonna do a 0.05 delay. Well, to be fair, the switch on, that can happen immediately, but to turn on the lamp can be a small delay. And then here we're gonna have another 0.05 second delay. The sound effect is going to be, what did we say, light switch small and broken lamp. Is that it? I think that's all I need, if I'm not mistaken. So clicking on the lamp just gives a sound effect. Clicking on the switch temporarily turns the light on. Yeah. That seems to work. Why is my vent not working? Did I forget to remove the old vent? No, I only have one vent. Vent closed. Item interactions, screwdriver. Oh, we didn't add any interactions. I see. So with the screwdriver we should do the open interaction. If it's a hammer we should do the smash interaction. Otherwise not metal. There you go. I can't pick up the key, that's an issue. Why can we not pick up the key? Oh, just we're using an old script here. This should not be collectible item. You should be interactable. We are going to raycast alpha pixels, and then what we're going to do is collect item on click. That item will be the door key. There we go. Now that should work as well. Boom. Last but not least, we have a little rug in here, don't we? Big rug. Technically, like I said, we don't need to do this now, as long as we make sure that there's no missing scripts, which it actually doesn't have. Now, I should be able to make this into a prefab. Rooms, new rooms, room 0. No, room 1 I mean. Now we should be able to try our new checkpoint system. Exactly, you're going to be a prefab, you're going to be a prefab. Now we should be able to turn this room off and turn this room on. Which means that we should be able to find the floppy disk in the second room and ultimately get a new checkpoint. Slight chance for a jump scare incoming. I think the monster is disabled, so it shouldn't happen. I'm not entirely sure though, so don't trust me too much on that one. Okay, my trapdoor is not working. Can we go out here? What happened now? Why are these cleared? Successful interactions. Did that happen here as well? Vent closed. Yeah, it clears the list of interactions. Why? That one works. When and why did you disappear? Because all of these were set up correctly. That scares me a little bit. What if I do an object with like 10 different interactions and all of a sudden they all get erased? To be fair, the child objects which hold the interactions are still here, so it's kind of fine. But why does this list turn out empty? That I find very odd. Because I know we set this up. What would all of a sudden empty my list? The only other thing I did was make this into a prefab. But I don't see why making it into a prefab should change whatever reference I had here. What does this like object strategy we're using? Is there some weird like incompatibility with prefabs? Because this stays. The item references are still here. Huh. Okay, trapdoor key or screwdriver doesn't fit. See, apply to prefab door. Yeah, there is some issue. Mismatching array size. The property is part of an array element which does not exist in the source prefab, which is the corresponding array there is shorter. Okay, so I think there might be an issue. So what does that mean? I need to make it into a prefab before assigning this? Because now, what happens if we apply this, boom, and now I want to try, for scientific purposes, to spawn in a new door here. You know what, it doesn't actually matter where I spawn it. Let's put a door here. Boom. How do your interactions look? Yeah, that one is still here. Interesting. Okay, I need to keep that in mind because I don't want to do too much like extra work if I set these up, save it as a prefab, and that for some reason clears my array. I don't know why that would happen, but it seems to be the case. So we're gonna try this again. What happens if we... Can I unpack this one only? Oh fuck it, let's do the same thing again. Let's make a new door. And then what we're gonna do is unpack this completely. We're gonna call this door test. Let's see if this happens. So now, if we add a bunch of objects here. Boom, boom, and boom. Now this is set up with a few different interactions. If we take this door and we make it into a prefab. Wait. No, it does save here. You still have... Why did they disappear on me? I am so utterly confused. I don't see how this made sense. Why did these all of a sudden disappear? If it's not because I made it a prefab. Because that's the only thing I think I did different. I mean, I also made the parent object into a prefab. Since we made a room into a prefab, maybe that's what caused it. Wait though, now I only made the closed door into a prefab. Okay, let's unpack this one. Delete this prefab. And then we made this entire object into a prefab. Boom. I'm gonna open you up and check closed door. You still have, yeah, this one still has the interactions. And now, technically speaking, we did make the parent object into a prefab. Why did they get cleared? Oh fuck, I realized why. I know why I did. I changed the name of the array in the code. I need to be more careful with that kind of stuff. Because yeah, when you change the name of... That's why items stayed, because this I never changed the name of. Whereas this used to be called successful clickables. When I changed that name, it reset all of the arrays. Okay, I really need to keep that in mind. Because that's not... If you have like thousands of objects using this this script and you do something like that, that would be absolutely horrendous. Okay, at least we know why it happened, which I feel like is the most important thing. Okay, so that means unfortunately we do have to reassign this. So door key gives you the unlock, hammer gives you the smash, this gives you the doesn't fit. What other ones did we have? Open door, you also had an interaction, which was in smash. Trap door also stopped working. Let's see, if you use the trapdoor key, you should unlock. If you use the hammer, we should do the hammer interaction. Cabinet, you don't have anything. You don't. This one did. So if you use the hammer, then we do this interaction. Wait, can I not just revert this one? Just... Oh no, I unpacked the other one, I remember. Okay, so vent closed. If you use the hammer, then smash. If you use the screwdriver, then open. Crate, you are also item interactable. If you use the hammer, then smash it up. Table lamp, that's fine. Wall shelf, fine. Big clock, fine. Did I do the lamp here? Yeah, I did. Okay, yeah, I definitely need to keep this in mind for the future. I can't be renaming stuff without thinking about it. That is way too dangerous. now fortunately I only needed to like redo one room here, which is kind of fine. But if I had to do something like this for like 10 different rooms because I accidentally renamed one variable or one list or whatever, that would not be fun. Boom, okay, let's see if the checkpoint works. Okay, monster might be a little bit bugged, that's fine. Okay, you found a new checkpoint. We are missing a sound effect. But other than that, it seems to be working. Now, I can't die to test it. Okay, let's fix the sound effect while we still remember it. Bum bum bum. Room 1, floppy disk. So here I think we might be lazy. Save checkpoint on hit. We might as well play the sound effect from here. What do we call it? Floppy disk? I think that's it. Audio system. Yeah, floppy disk. Should be fine. Let's speedrun this. There we go. Sweet. Okay, what lessons have we learned today? 100% definitely be more careful renaming certain variables, especially if it's something like something that resets, which is basically anything that you set in the inspector, right? Yeah. If it's something that's set in the inspector, I need to be more careful renaming it. I think there's a way of getting around it where you can save whatever reference you have, but that's something I do need to keep in mind. Otherwise, I feel like this event system is gonna work out pretty well. Obviously, we still have quite a bit of refactoring to do before it's like fully functioning, but we are definitely getting there. I mean, the first room is kind of completable at the moment. I do know there are some things with the monster and the flashlight we're gonna have to look over, but overall, I feel good about this. However, I do think this is where I'm gonna have to end it for today. But as always, thank you guys very much for watching, and please stay for just a moment and we'll see if we can find someone to throw a little raid at. Let's see who we have live at the moment. Let's jump over to... Oh, you know what? We have Hillfoot Games live. I don't think I've raided him yet. Is he still join? He seems to be up and running.
That's amazing. I appreciate that, man. Thank you.
Yeah, let's go over to Hillfoot Games, making a really beautiful like zombie 2.5D game. Really dope stuff. So yeah, thanks for the stream. Thank you very much for dropping by, Fruitsy. Thanks very much to all of you. Nice to be back here again. I will see you guys on Wednesday, when I think we're gonna do a little bit a little bit of demo testing actually. So I think that's gonna be fun. If anyone hasn't and you would like to, feel free to join the Discord. Other than that, just make sure you follow the channel if you wanna make sure to catch the future development of this game. Overall, I just wish you all a great evening, and I will see you next time. Peace.